I will show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
I'm Joe, visiting from San Francisco. How do you think about the role of technological advances, especially generative AI, on more traditional industries? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know anything about AI. That doesn't mean I deny its existence or importance or anything of the sort. And last year I said, that we let a genie out of the bottle when we developed nuclear weapons, and that genie has been doing some terrible things lately, and the power of that genie scares the hell out of me. And on the other hand, I don't know any way to get the genie back in the bottle. And AI is somewhat similar. It's part way out of the bottle, and it's enormously important, and it's going to be done by somebody. So we may wish we'd never seen that genie, or it may do wonderful things. And I'm certainly not the person that can evaluate that. And I probably wouldn't have been the person that could have evaluated it during I had one experience that does make me a little nervous, and I'll just explain it. That very recently, fairly recently, I saw an image in front of my eyes on the screen, and it was me, and it was my voice, and wearing the kind of clothes I wear, and my wife or my daughter wouldn't have been able to detect any difference, and it was delivering a message that no way came from me. So when you think of the potential for scamming people, if you can reproduce images that I can't even tell, that say, I need money, it's your daughter, I've just had a car crash, I need $50,000 wired. I mean, scamming has always been part of the American scene.
The pandemic, the government says it's likely hurricanes affected payroll growth, but they can't quantify that. Unemployment held steady at 4.1%, and earnings remain firm. Stocks are gaining after a two-day rout. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 51 points. NASDAQ up 227. The Dow is up 460 points. The Russell 2000 index up 19. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.33% and the 2-year yield at 4.18%. And oil jumped on a report that Iran may be preparing to attack Israel from Iraqi territory in the coming days. Axios reported the attacks would come through Iran's proxies using drones and ballistic missiles. That jolted the market's attention back to a potential flare-up of Middle East hostilities, and oil is still gaining. WTI up 0.6%, now trading at $69.73 a barrel. Brent crude is up 0.7%, now trading at $73.28 a barrel. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Amy Morris, thank you. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power. You made it to the threshold of the weekend, the last weekend of deliberation before you vote on Tuesday, although a lot of people, of course, have voted already. I had my chance yesterday. This early voting thing makes life a lot easier when you're not going to be in town, right? And it was quite remarkable. As I walked into the polling station in Northern Virginia, even before that, drove into the parking lot. There's nowhere to put my car. I walk into the polling station. There's a line snaking around the corner, and I'm told it's going to be in excess of 30 minutes. Do you have 35 minutes to wait, sir? Asked the eager election worker. And I've got to be honest with you. As we talk about all this gross stuff here, literally garbage, day in, day out, the worst side of politics in many cases, not just the horse race, but the vitriol, the rhetoric. You look at the doom scroll every day. I mean, let's be honest. This is where we are in this election cycle right now. It was heartwarming. It was inspiring to walk into a polling station surrounded by smiles. It was kind of a festive atmosphere. And every time a new voter showed up and they'd pull their ballot, somebody would say, "We got a first-time voter," and the whole place would go up in applause. People thought they were doing something important because they were. And that's the part that I fear we forget sometimes when we talk about the crazy sides of this campaign and the anger that surrounds all of it. There's a lot of anxiety around here and a lot of stress. We're getting close to the real thing and actually finding out. And we should remember how important this exercise is that we all have. Nathan Dean is with us to close out the week, because I keep hearing from people on this broadcast, they say it's not going to be as long as it was 4 years ago. You'll know before you get to Saturday. Maybe it's a Wednesday or Thursday call. And some people point to early voting. We don't have quite as much of this as we did during a pandemic. But I think Nathan Dean is on board here as well, senior U.S. policy analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. He's with us from the nation's capital. You got an office pool going on this, Nathan? Are you allowed to do that at BI?
No, we don't. But I mean, look, I do believe the momentum that people are saying that we may know this sooner rather than later. And it's certainly something that we're telling our clients that they need to be prepared for, because even though we may not officially know who the leader of the next administration is going to be, we could get an indication. And for us, it's really Pennsylvania and what's happening in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, because if Kamala Harris doesn't win Pennsylvania, then she's got a really tough road to win the presidency.
Of course, we waited for Pennsylvania for like 4 days last time, right? That was one of the longest waits we had. What's different in 2024?
Well, I think people know what the situation is. Last time we were going through a pandemic. And so, I even heard on this program earlier this week about Arizona and, how Arizona could actually take a week. People know that. And so I think what investors and market participants are looking for is they know the reality is that, look, we probably will wake up on Wednesday morning and we will know who the president is. But we know what the signs are that are going to point to where the presidency is going. And as we get more and more information and more ballots come in, I think that a lot of people, because they saw and lived through 2020 and they saw how states come in, we at least get a better picture that nobody will be surprised. So I think, we may not know who the president is till Saturday, but I think we may know indicatively.
Okay, that's good. See, it's always a smart talk with Nathan Dean. You got a Halloween I voted sticker, CC? Is that real? They have Halloween? What's on it? Is it like a pumpkin I voted sticker? It's a ghost? I didn't get one of those, and I voted on Halloween. I guess this is a New York thing. Nathan, I don't know, we got a remarkable number today. University of Florida's election lab. Nathan, 65,080,179 ballots have already been cast. How does that play into what happens next week?
So, I think we've seen the trends. We've seen two narratives. One that, per your anecdotal point about waiting in line for 30 minutes, we've seen lots of folks, especially in swing states, go to the ballot and be told, look, you're going to have to wait for it. Early voting is up. But then also, we're not in a pandemic. And so I think there are a lot of people that are saying, you know what, I don't need to vote in person or I don't need to vote early. I can actually go and do my civic duty on Election Day. So that's me a way saying that we just really don't know. But what we do know is that we think turnout's going to be high. Yeah. We do think it's going to be, 150 plus million Americans. And we do think that, ultimately 100,000 folks are going to decide amongst those 7 swing states who's the next president going to be. And so as a result, we think this election is really about turnout. And, that could favor one candidate over the other.
No doubt. Great to have you back with us. Nathan Dean, I hope you're around next week. We're going to need you. Senior U.S. policy analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence. Get your rest this weekend. We do get an hour. We get an extra hour this weekend. How perfectly timed is that? We turn the clock back on Sunday before we bear through this week. Amy Morris, I'm really sorry, Amy. They ran out of stickers. Maybe that's an indicator, the Amy Morris indicator when it comes to turnout. We assembled our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano joined the Friday before the election. We're getting close. We'll all be together here next week for the duration. And it's great to have our signature panel with us on the eve. Jeannie, of course, Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of Presidency and Congress, Bloomberg Politics contributor, and Democratic analyst. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, Republican strategist. I don't know where your heads are on this, but I do feel like sometimes, I hate to geek out or be too cute a little bit today, Jeannie, but the process of voting is in itself a bit of a salve, I think, for people. Whether they're going early or they're going to show up on Tuesday, there's a feeling that we actually got something done. We made it. We're through this, even though it could take some time after Tuesday. On a personal level, does that help Americans feel better?
I think it does. And by the way, I'm jealous too. I did not get a sticker because I voted by mail. So I don't think they send you back a sticker. Gotten nothing. But just anecdotally to follow up, I've heard from a couple people today voting in New York and Connecticut that they went the last couple days and had to go back to work and then go back because the lines were so long. So it does sound just anecdotally like, you've got a lot of people, obviously 65 million plus out there voting early, which is a positive sign for what's to come. But I do think at a time when anxiety is really high, I can't tell you how many young people have asked me, do you think we're going to see chaos on Tuesday night or in the aftermath of violence? But I do think the process of going, voting, casting your ballot with all the nice, wonderful poll workers we have across the United States, and our hats are off to them, that it does make you feel better. And it's definitely the minimum, the smallest thing we can all do, American citizens.
Isn't that the truth? When you see the line, don't turn around. Get in the line. Be part of this whole thing. The early vote is something that really compels me, Rick. I don't know if you heard that number from the University of Florida's election lab. It's over 65 million people here, and the Washington Post is taking a swing at this. Nationally, Harris leads Trump, I read, by this is quite a gap, between 19 and 29 points among those who say they've already voted, which is more than Hillary Clinton in 2016. Should I be paying attention to this information because people are hearing a lot of stories like this, or is it irresponsible to be drawing conclusions or inferences based on early votes?
Yeah, I think there's a little triage that needs to be done. And I voted about a week ago, and I've got my little badge.
Good job.
Here. They had plenty of them that early, and there wasn't anybody in the poll. I walked in, got my ballot, voted, and the whole thing was over within 5 minutes. So don't be afraid just because Joe is saying that there could be long lines. You should go because Rick is saying there were no lines.
Hear, hear.
Walk right in there and get your civic duty done. Look, I mean, when you start talking about, early voting nationally, you really need to understand that the New York and California really, I think, hold overweight for Democrats. And so, just a reminder that even with the popular vote, that's the case. So discounting that, then you start looking into the targeted states that will decide the election. And all of them are basically behind where we were in 2020, which was historic and quite unusual because of the pandemic. But the reality is we're learning along the way. This post-pandemic, early voting has only had one other election under our belt, and that was 2020. And so, we'll see if we make that number before Election Day. But I think you're right, Joe. What you were saying is a lot of people are like, well, now that I'm not worried about pandemics, maybe can just vote on election day. And so in places like Pennsylvania, where you have voter registration by party,
yes,
you can tell a lot more. So then you get down to those states that are, you can tell whether Republicans voted or Democrats voted. Mm-hmm. And I think the biggest number that just screams out is that the bigger percentage of Democrats have voted than Republicans for their respective candidates. So there's more intensity in the early vote for Kamala Harris. But there's 35% of self-identified Republicans who indicate they're voting for Harris. I mean, like the Nikki Haley voters may be one of the key constituency groups that are out there looking to support Harris. And we've talked about them over and over, and we really haven't had much sense that they would do this. But we see, like in a recent Fox poll just yesterday, that a very large portion of what would be considered a hardcore Republican base may be bailing. And
amazing.
In considering how close those elections are in Pennsylvania, that could make a difference.
This is the kind of stuff we'll be unpacking, of course, in the days and weeks after the election. That would be an important storyline that you simply can't really predict, although Rick Davis is seeing signs here, which is important to us. For some real polls, by the way, take a look at Marist today, finds Harris over Trump among likely voters in the 3 northern battleground states. She's up by 2 in Pennsylvania, up by 2 in Wisconsin, up by 3 in Michigan. Also, Washington Post has registered voters split, 47% for Trump, 45% for Harris. So this is still, basically unchanged here. We're tied, just like we have seen in every poll that we've talked about over the past couple of weeks. But Jeannie, there seems to be this feeling that we just talked about with Nathan Dean, that because this is the 3rd time around that people have been through an election cycle with Donald Trump, that his potential declaring a victory early on Tuesday night, or the many lawsuits or recounts that follow over the course of the week, people might have a different, maybe more mature, maybe more informed view of how to interpret all of that because they've lived through it twice. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely what we've seen from him in the past. And we're hearing an awful lot from him and his campaign on malfeasance at the polls in Pennsylvania, which, of course, nobody on the ground is supporting, which leads us to believe that maybe they, too, are seeing in their polls that he is not doing as well as they think he should be because, of course, Kamala Harris is really banking so much on Pennsylvania, as is Donald Trump. You do the math. Hard to see either of them winning without Pennsylvania. It's doable, but it's really, really tough. So I do think we're reading that. And, I think a huge mistake that Donald Trump keeps making, and he did it again last night with Tucker Carlson, all of those voters that Rick was just talking about, they don't have to be so many of them. There can be just a few if the race is really this tight, of Republicans who say, I cannot do this with him again because he is out not only allowing people to go on the stage and call Puerto Rico a garbage can, but going out talking about shooting Liz Cheney in the face. This is not what is going to attract those Nikki Haley voters. And so it is, I think, very concerning, or should be for his campaign, that the lack of discipline that he shows in this regard in this closing, as he makes this once again all about him, that is a losing strategy for him. Talk about the economy, talk about the 12,000 jobs. He just won't do it. And that, again, gives credence to what Rick is saying. We may be seeing enough Republicans breaking for her that it turns this thing over.
We'll find out together, of course. And yeah, it was quite a Halloween night for Donald Trump. We'll have more with our panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, on the Liz Cheney comments. More as well on the jobs report in our second hour as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. Jared Bernstein joins live from the White House, coming up only here on Bloomberg.
minutes ago, we asked the live audience on X to submit a few requests for what they would like us to try out here. So I will take a couple of prompts. Okay. Bot Gaskar wants to know if GPT-4o is capable of real-time translation. Mark, you want to try this one?
Sure, yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
I speak Italian, so we can just do English-Italian.
Let's try to do English-Italian. Sure, let's do it. Hey, ChatGPT, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. How about you? How's your day going?
I'm doing great. So I would like you to function as a translator. I have a friend here who only speaks Italian, and I only speak English. And every time you hear English, I want you to translate it to Italian. And if you hear Italian, I want you to translate it back to English. Is that good?
Perfetto.
Mark, io mi chiedo se le balene potessero parlare, cosa ci direbbero?
Mike, she wonders if whales could talk, what would they tell us?
They might ask, how do we solve linear equations?
Potrebbero chiederci come risolviamo le equazioni lineari.
Sicuramente, sì.
Certainly, yes.
Great. Looks like it works.
All right. So the next one is from Burrito John 78, who asks, can you tell what you're feeling just by looking at your face? Barrett, you want to give this one a try?
Absolutely. Let's try it out. Hey, ChatGPT.
Hey there. What's up? How can I brighten your day today?
Okay, yeah, so I'm going to show you a selfie of what I look like, and then I'd like you to try to see what emotions I'm feeling based on how I'm looking.
Sounds like a fun challenge. Go ahead and show me that selfie, and I'll put my emotional detective hat on.
Okay, so here's me. So what kind of emotions do you think I'm feeling?
It seems like I'm looking at a picture of a wooden surface.
Oh, you know what? That was the thing I sent you before. Don't worry, I'm not actually a table. Okay, so take another look.
That makes more sense. There we go. It looks like you're feeling pretty happy and cheerful, with a big smile and maybe even a touch of excitement. Whatever's going on, it seems like you're in a great mood. Care to share the source of those good vibes?
Yeah, no, the reason I'm in a really good mood is because we were doing a presentation showcasing how useful and amazing you are.
Oh, stop it. You're making me blush.
Amazing. Well, that's it for today on live demos. As you can see, this just feels so magical, and that's wonderful. But we also want to remove some of the mysticism from the technology and bring it to you so you can try it for yourself. So over the next few weeks, we'll be rolling out these capabilities to everyone. Today has been very much focused on the free users and the new modalities and new products, but we also care a lot about the next frontier. So soon we'll be updating you on our progress towards the next big thing. And before we wrap up, I just want to thank the incredible OpenAI team, and also thanks to Jensen and the NVIDIA team for bringing us the most advanced GPUs to make this demo possible today. And thank you all very, very much for being a part of this today.
Work with analysis from our signature panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, with us for the hour, and it's all after a look at Wall Street. For that, we turn to Amy Morris and her view on the markets. Amy?
All right, thank you, Joe. Stocks staging a rebound. That continues. Traders still looking past the economic data we got this morning. They're focusing more on the strength of corporate America. We bring you the markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 42 points. NASDAQ up 196. The Dow up 385 points. The Russell 2000 index up 13. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34% and the 2-year yield at 4.17%. Now, this eco data we're talking about, hiring advanced, but at a very slow pace, the slowest since 2020, while the unemployment rate remained low. But remember, October was distorted by the strike at Boeing and the hurricanes, although the Bureau of Labor Statistics says they can't really quantify the net effect of those storms on payrolls. Apple shares right now down 1.5% after yesterday's earnings report. Apple said its December sales would be about a percentage higher in the low to middle digits, but analysts had projected a 7% increase. The company also posted a decline in China revenue last quarter. That fell short of estimates. Amazon, on the other hand, beat expectations on the strength of its cloud services, advertising, and e-commerce. Amazon shares right now more than 6% higher, right now 6.4% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's get back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. I'm Joe Matthew at World Headquarters in New York. Kaylee's off today as we work our way into the final weekend before this election cycle, promising special coverage, full smash here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
I will show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
Garrett Bernstein, chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors. Mr. Chairman, it's great to see you. Welcome, as always, to Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm wondering, what was in your head? What would this report have looked like if it were not for the storms?
Well, the storms and the strikes. I mean, one of the things we went into this report knowing, because the Bureau of Labor Statistics told us, was that the strike was going to subtract more than 40,000 workers. And we saw more than that in the manufacturing of transportation equipment. That was down about 44K. Now, we know that there's upstream workers. I think some of the decline in temp workers, upstream workers in manufacturing from probably Boeing supply chains, I would probably assign another 10K negative on that. And then you get over to the hurricanes. That's much more uncertain, much harder to estimate. But the Bureau itself, which they don't often do, the Bureau itself said that the hurricanes very likely played a role here. So the way you set it up is exactly right. The underlying strength of the American economy, the American labor force is ongoing. We have a full spate of reports from this week that show that to be the case. And if you look at the unemployment rate, which is far less affected by strikes and hurricanes, that held at 4.1%, an historically low rate. So you have to block out the noise, try to find the signal, and if you do so, you see the U.S. economy continues to move ahead with momentum.
The response rate to the establishment survey, Jared, was just 47.4%. The lowest since January of 1991, well below last month's 62%. What do you make of that number?
There were 460,000 people, according to the Bureau this morning, that couldn't get to work because of the weather. Not every one of those persons got taken off payrolls. If they were paid over the relevant period, they'd be counted. But obviously, many of them were taken off payrolls, as were strikers. Strikers don't get counted on payrolls, but the strikers do get counted as being employed in the other survey, in the household survey. And that's why, if you want to think of it simply, take some signal. Look, you never want to over-torque on 1 month, and this month especially, you want to be mindful of the noise. But take some signal from the unemployment rate, which held steady at 4.1, and you got to write off the payroll number as largely noise due to strikes and hurricanes.
4.1, I believe, is the lowest pre-election unemployment rate in 24 years, Jared. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And I guess I would ask you, big picture then, for the sake of our viewers and listeners today, how would you describe the market if it weren't for these aberrations? How would you describe the job market days before this election?
Growing at a solid pace, generating enough jobs to hold the unemployment rate where it is, so hitting what economists call the break-even level, meaning enough employment to absorb people coming into the labor force, give people good job opportunities to upgrade. Even though vacancies have come down, we still have significant openings. And I think the main thing from the perspective of American working households is that this jobs report, including in October, is generating real wage gains. Wages were up 4% year over year. Now, we don't have the CPI yet for October, but for September it was 2.4%, and expectations are that it's somewhere in that ballpark, which means yet another growth, yet another month of real wage growth. Earlier this week in the consumer spending report, we learned that disposable income, real after-tax income, also up, and in fact, since this president took office, up $4,000. Real buying power up for working households. Now, our work is not done. Joe, we've talked about this a lot. We have to continue our cost-cutting agenda in housing, in childcare, in healthcare, in prescription drugs, and we have to defend that agenda against those who would repeal it, pushing prices in exactly the wrong direction.
We heard from the Donald Trump campaign a response to the job market this morning. Jared, it does not make mention of hurricanes, but it says in a single month, Kamala's failed economic agenda wiped out nearly 30,000 private sector jobs, nearly 50,000 manufacturing jobs. Working families, it goes on to say, are being ripped off by the Harris-Biden economic agenda. Kamala broke the economy. You can respond to that as you will, but I wonder if the Harris-Biden economic agenda includes the weather.
I don't do electoral politics. I need to stay out of that. I will say the following. If you're commenting on or analyzing or putting forth an interpretation of today's payroll number that ignores hurricanes and ignores strikes, you are not engaged in good faith analysis. You are engaged in political manipulation, and you should be summarily ignored.
That said, no hurricanes, and potentially, as we're reading today, progress in the Boeing strike, Jared, would make next jobs report look like what?
Yeah, it's a great point. So we know we have an agreement between the machinists and the machinists, I should say the union leadership and the management for a vote on Monday. It is, of course, up to the rank and file to decide whether they approve that new contract, but that is a good news of progress in that area. One of the things we showed today, you guys would love this, so you should go check it out on my Twitter feed, which is EconJared46, is if you look at the movement in unemployment claims, this is responsive to your question about what to expect next month. The unemployment claims really spiked, as they should, in the areas that were affected by hurricanes, devastated by hurricanes. As those areas rebuild and get back on track, and there's still a long way to go. They were devastated, and we're going to help them every step of the way. You see claims coming back down. That spike has really done a pretty significant round trip. And by the way, we contrast that to areas where there was no hurricane, and there you see claims were pretty flat. So if you look at claims response to the hurricane, they went up, they came down, and when they went up was the reference period for the payroll survey. It explains the noise in the payroll survey today. But yes, it looks like we should be getting back on track for next month's report.
Okay, I'm not allowed to ask you about the Fed because I know you're going to talk to me about Fed independence, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'd ask you, with the data we've seen here, it was a big data week leading into this election, and this Fed meeting just happens to be one next week. You probably didn't hear about it, but I wonder if the data change your view when it comes to the trajectory of interest rates, if only in the bond market.
Well, we've seen rates in the bond market be somewhat elevated. We've certainly seen the mortgage rate go up. And, part of that has to do with the stronger economy. So, look, under President Biden, we got the GDP report this week. Under President Biden, the annualized growth rate for GDP has been slightly north of 3%. That is a very strong, very much above trend growth rate. So strong growth, solid labor market, easing prices, real wage and income gains, certainly putting some upward pressure there. But I also think there's a policy element going on in that spread, in that interest rate. And I think it has to do with the idea that one of the candidates is talking about massive tariffs acting as a sales tax on the middle class, massive deportations, terrible idea for the labor market, and compromising Fed independence. that may also be putting some upward pressure on rates. And I think that's just a sign of some of those destructive ideas.
Wow. Analysis from the chairman. What a treat. Jared Bernstein, great to see you, sir, chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors from a sunny North Lawn. Appreciate the insights always. Have a great weekend, sir, as we dig down into this jobs report. And in the case of our conversation there with the chairman, even its political implications. If you read the story on the terminal, it was written by Molly Smith. She's got the byline on the jobs report and is with us now in the wake of our conversation with the chairman. Molly, it's great to see you at World Headquarters in New York. A treat to have you in person here. Really interesting.
Have you in person
well,
here.
Thank you so much. To talk about this with the White House, you're going to get a certain angle, of course. But we do have to acknowledge the truth here. This report's a mess because of all of these outside factors.
No, I mean, honestly, listening to what Chair Bernstein had to say, I really do think like all of what he said is like really, for the most part, it's really true. I mean, that there is, of course, you cannot ignore the impact of the hurricanes and the strike in this jobs report. That was really so much of what dominated the story here. The one thing I will add to that, though, is that he didn't mention the downward revisions to the prior 2 months, and that's getting a lot more attention in terms of this is maybe pointing to some underlying cooling in the labor market that has been going on and maybe has been going on more so than we previously thought.
More than the Fed wants?
Well, interestingly, you know, I thought that the downward revision was mostly going to come from September. If you remember last month's job report, that was a gain of initially reported 254,000. That was enormous. That one got marked down a little bit, but it was more of concentrated in August. And that was the last jobs report that the Fed saw going into that September meeting when they made that big rate cut. So I'm sure there are a lot of people out there today saying that the Fed made the right decision in going big at that meeting. And of course, the subsequent data now has supported a more gradual approach.
We're going to get a massive revision one way or the other for this noisy month as well, right? Could we find that, you know, there were 100,000 jobs we didn't know about because people weren't reporting accurately?
Yeah, it's certainly possible. And like to the point of that response rate being so low, that's where when the BLS then does its next two collections of the data over the coming months, that's where we can see revisions swing really big. So that response rate, as you said, you know, below 50% for the first collection rate, usually you see those get up to around 90%, if not higher, by the third time. So there's definitely a good chance that this number of 12,000 payrolls is going to swing.
Jared Bernstein loves it when I ask him about the Federal Reserve. He actually gave us a little bit of an answer there, and it's interesting to look at where interest rates are in the bond market. To his point, where are we at the 10-year here? Actually up over 1%, 4.3, 2 years stuck at 4.1%. What's your thought on this Fed meeting going into next week?
It seems like the data today, again, the downward revisions really are what I think the Fed is mostly looking at, because that's 25. Not exactly. Those are the data points that are not hurricane distorted, and that's what's going to give you the clearer read of what you already know about the labor market going into this report, since so much of what happened in October, as we know, is just hard to parse between the hurricanes and the strike. So looking at those downward revisions, it definitely supports a more gradual approach to go 25 for the cut at next week's meeting, and taking into account what Bernstein also had to say about the stronger data this week to show you that there isn't, you know, there's really no support to go for another 50 basis point cut. That just, it doesn't warrant that in the data.
Well, good. Okay, got you. This is actually really fascinating. When you talk to the White House, too, the line always ends up being, there's more work to do, but we're not done yet. If you read, you know, that's all of the statements look the same, and Jared just articulated that himself. They don't want to be caught taking a victory lap here. But as Joe Biden wrote in his own statement yesterday, we've got it down to 2.1%. We're aiming for 2. My God, like at what point do you declare victory?
No, it's true. I mean, but you got to think as well that like there are a lot of swings in the data, and that was, you know, data for September. That's such old news by now. Like God only knows what happened in October.
Or is it the fact that it's still a problem with grocery prices? This is what people keep talking about. And even if you're at 2.1%, you're still paying a heck of a lot more for bacon, eggs, as Donald Trump likes to say, for bacon, lettuce, and tomato. It's a BLT, you know, Molly.
It is.
Than you were 4 years ago.
And this is the hard thing, though, to square with the American public. There's a big difference between disinflation and outright deflation. Like, we want to, of course, take the good news that prices are rising at a slower rate, closer to that 2% pace, but that doesn't mean that prices are falling. So that's obviously not a lot of comfort for people when that's the basis for a lot of what a lot of people are voting on.
PCE data this week consistent with all your view looking around the other data points as we head for this election?
Yeah, I mean, and what Bernstein also pointed out with the GDP data also coming in really strong, that there aren't really a ton of like warning signs, or really any for that matter, in the economy right now. Granted, yes, the labor market is softening, but you have to keep in mind the place that it's softening from. That was from like an unsustainable labor market in the pandemic, and we're getting more toward the longer term averages on a lot of measures right now, which would be considered pretty healthy and solid, and amazing that all that has happened with how much inflation has come down, that we haven't seen a recession. And that has defied many, many calls for the last 2 years for the economy to be in a recession by now.
If rates keep falling, we've only got about a minute left, and the Fed manages to somehow unlock the job market, is that the economic story of 2025?
Unlock the job market, meaning?
I should say the housing market.
Oh, sorry, the housing market.
I'll come up with the right word. Yeah.
I mean, God, the housing market is really
Wouldn't the wealth effect from unlocking, actually getting some activity in the housing market, getting some young people in houses, create another wave of growth?
Oh, for sure. I mean, right now you've got residential investment, AKA the housing market, is subtracting from growth. Yeah. So yeah, that in and of itself would be additive if we can get more people to be able to buy homes, and really mortgage rates to be lower so that more people would be incentivized to move. Because right now that supply factor is really the biggest constraining thing, and it's going to be tough, absent adding a ton more homes to really move the needle on that.
Really interesting. Great to see you, as always, and great work. You've been up since some ungodly hour as well,
we're
so
still
thank
going.
you for being here. Yes, the building shakes at 8:30 on Jobs Day when Molly Smith gets going. Thank you so much, Bloomberg Economics editor Molly Smith, for great insights. As we assemble our panel next, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us on the Friday before the election. We're counting down 4 days to our special coverage on Tuesday, right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We have green on the screen. Traders really paying more attention to earnings than eco data for this month. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 up 46 points. NASDAQ up 205. The Dow up 423 points. And the Russell 2000 up 14. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.34% and the 2-year at 4.18%. Hiring advanced in the U.S. at the slowest pace since 2020. Unemployment rate remained low in October, but the month was distorted by the hurricanes and a strike at Boeing. Now, speaking of Boeing, shares of Boeing are on the rise after they reached an agreement. It's a tentative agreement with union leaders to end a labor dispute that's been crippling the company's commercial airplane manufacturing. The union is also urging its members to accept the offer and end the strike. Shares of Boeing right now 3.6% higher. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's get back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, thanks, Amy Morris. In Washington, I'm Joe Matthew at World Headquarters in New York. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. It's the Friday edition, and the stenography office is calling. Producer James is calling this apostrophe gate, and I wonder if this starts to take on some momentum here. If you've not heard about this, we're getting a fourth day. I mean, guess it's 5, actually. It's Friday. We've been doing this since Madison Square Garden. A 5th day of the garbage story, as the Associated Press reports that White House officials altered the official transcript of President Biden's garbage remark, despite some concern by the stenographers at the White House. They actually managed to obtain an internal email from, yes, the White House stenography office, called the press office's intervention, quote, a breach of protocol and spoliation of transcript integrity between the stenography and press offices. This, of course, goes back to the whole garbage remark, right? President Biden was on this Voto Latino call when he responded to the joke at Madison Square Garden, not very funny one, that referred to Puerto Rico as an island of floating garbage. That, of course, was turned into a meme, a living meme by Donald Trump as he dressed up like a garbage man and got into a garbage truck. Got a 3rd day out of that. Now we're up now to a 5th day here because of the stenography office. And it really just has to do with not only showing exactly on the record what the president said, but the integrity of the messaging coming out of the White House in this administration. That's where we start with our panel this hour. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. He is partner at Stone Court Capital, Republican strategist. She is a political science professor at Iona University and Democratic analyst. Jeannie, what's your thought on this? When the stenography office gets upset, it's not too often they show up in the headlines here. Do we have a problem?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be far bigger problem if Joe Biden was still at the top of the ticket. But this is serious. You know, these are nonpartisan civil servants. They take their duty very seriously, as do I, because this goes to the National Archives. These are records for historians 50, 100 years from now to know what had happened and what was said. It's an example of the cover-up being worse than the crime, because Joe Biden made a mistake when he was speaking. The White House press office or whoever went and tried to strong-arm these stenographers should have left it that way. Instead, they tried to get involved and change, and I guess they did successfully change what had been said. And that is problematic. Do I think it's going to impact the election? No. But for all of us who care about a record of American history in our archives, this is unacceptable, and the White House should change it back to the way the professional, nonpartisan stenographers had it. Place.
I had a feeling as an academic that you might feel that way. Rick, the actual change here, literally, it's an apostrophe. Joe Biden said on the call, quote, the only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of Latinos is unconscionable, and that's un-American, unquote. The transcript released by the press office, as I read in the pages of the Associated Press, rendered the quote with an apostrophe, reading supporters, possessive rather than supporters, plural. Is this just silly splitting of hairs, or is this a problem, Rick?
I think by now all the methane is out of this trash heap. I mean, really, do we have to talk about the garbage comments anymore? I mean, like 4 days into this thing, 5 days.
But
into
this is about
thing.
the White House. When the stenographer's office calls, I don't know.
But my guess is nobody's been fighting over commas and apostrophes other than on politically sensitive remarks like these. And look, Joe Biden made a mistake. He should have never weighed in on this thing. And they ought to just let the stenographers in the White House do their job. I mean, nobody is going to think history has changed. If someone wants to look this up, they're going to see reams of reporting on this, that it's not about what he said, it's about how it was taken. I think all the damage that was done, if there was any damage, has already been done. This is not going to be an election weekend story. And I think apostrophe gate will go along with all the other gates that we've had, which is, more smoke than fire.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano on apostrophe gate as we bring you back to the Tucker Carlson live tour show in Glendale, Arizona. They occupied the Desert Diamond Arena for a big rally last night. Rick and Jeannie, Donald Trump sat down with Tucker Carlson and he said some things about Liz Cheney that are also driving headlines. Now, again, we haven't touched policy yet in this segment because no one's talking policy with the noise and the rhetoric coming out of, well, I guess everywhere at this point. Listen to what Donald Trump said about Liz Cheney and we'll get your reaction.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. When the guns are trained on her face. They're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy.
Now, Jeannie, I don't know what he meant by that. People are interpreting this as a threat. Let's put her with a rifle, right? He's got her, put a rifle in her hand, standing there, 9 barrels shooting at her. I guess he's implying let's put her in a battlefield as someone who calls, as he says, for forever wars. He referred to her as a war hawk. Did he mean that, or was he implying something different?
To listen to the campaign, not surprisingly, they say we are all taking it out of context, but you just played the piece and you can hear in there what he was saying. He is talking about putting guns in the face of somebody who politically opposes him and seeing how she likes it. The imagery alone is unconscionable. And this is vintage Donald Trump. And Liz Cheney, when you look at her tweet and her response, she says, and I think rightly so, he is not fit from a character perspective to be president. That is what the people have worked closely with him have said. And that she also then ties this into the fact that women should not forget that we don't have to stand for this. There is no way around the fact that he is doing himself a disservice with this rhetoric, and that it is something that can potentially and should, in my mind, cost him the election. You don't talk about shooting your opponents. That is the thing of dictators.
Is this another media narrative, Rick? How did you hear it?
Look, I mean, you can parse this thing all you want. It was super inappropriate. And regardless of how he meant it to be, you cannot say that you're going to shoot someone or have someone shot in the face. I mean, it's just the insensitivity that goes along with that remark is, clear, right? I mean, like nobody who hears that is going to think anything other than that's inappropriate. There's no way to explain it around. And I would say this has been consistent with Donald Trump through the latter half of October. He's done everything he could to kind of put obstacles in his way. He didn't have to have this kind of a day. He could have been talking about other issues like garbage and things like that. But the reality is that he's his own worst enemy. I mean, honestly, I think that there have been very few attacks by Kamala Harris in the waning days of the campaign here that have done more damage than Donald Trump's own statements. Even the idea of talking about the election, is already being flawed. I mean, it just reminds voters, especially in places like Pennsylvania, that had to go through a lot of lawsuits last time post-election, that this is the kind of chaos that he brings to the table. It doesn't really matter whether he means it. It doesn't really matter. It's chaos. And I do think that is a factor. I mean, like if voters who have yet to vote think that they're entering into another, 4 years of chaotic name calling and inappropriate remarks, that might be enough for them to actually change their vote and vote for Harris. So wow. I do think the campaign needs to worry about this, regardless of how they spin it.
Well, that answers, I guess, part of my question, which is whether there's a strategy to this. Flooding the zone, having us talk about Donald Trump all day, whether it's garbage or rifles aimed at Liz Cheney or whatever the rhetoric that day might be. We're not talking about Kamala Harris or things that she is proposing. Jeannie, I wonder your thoughts on that, or is it in fact a danger when it comes to gathering new votes to sit down with Tucker Carlson on Halloween and let it rip?
I think it is incredible danger for the campaign. You know, Donald Trump has always been of the sort of Andy Warhol view that any publicity is good publicity. Get out there, keep talking. The reality is, whoever this election ends up being a referendum on is likely to lose. And at this point, to Rick's point, we don't hear much from Kamala Harris. I mean, she's out there, she's talking, but not in this incendiary language that is catching fire. It is all about Donald Trump, all about garbage, all about shooting people in the face, all about reminding us of the chaos that was his administration. And that is the death knell for the campaign. Think about it from another perspective. He could get out there today and say, look at those job numbers, 12,000. That is horrible. I will create 12 million jobs or whatever number he wants to give and focus on the economy. That's what people are upset about, and they're upset about Joe Biden. Instead, he does everything but talk about the issues that will move those undecided voters to his lane. A big problem. Yeah, Andy Warhol's theory works if you are, you know, I don't know, a comedian or an actor. He is running for president of the United States.
Yeah, ask Hinchcliffe about that. We did hear from Liz Cheney, Rick, quote, "This is how dictators destroy free nations." She actually retweeted the video. "They threaten," she writes, "those who speak against them with death," unquote. Is that pushing it a little far? Or should that in fact be the response? She's effectively a surrogate for the Kamala Harris campaign here.
Yeah, I don't think you can really just judge it on one comment. I mean, the reality is there's a lot of reporting on a lot of Republicans who were threatened within his own administration, like General Milley, who was his chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest ranking military officer in the country, who served at the pleasure of the President of the United States. And he's had to, you know, basically fortify his home and hire lawyers and be prepared for an onslaught of retribution from Donald Trump. Now, this is not an isolated example. If it were, we'd have a conversation about it and probably wouldn't affect much. But the reality is, you know, Donald Trump has flooded the zone, but he's flooded the zone with this kind of sort of, you know, retribution tour again. And this is what held him back in the summer before the convention. And he seems to be reintroducing that into the campaign, going after people, settling scores. This is not what his own voters want to hear. His own voters want to hear, you know, changing the administration and fixing the problems that were incumbent in the Biden administration.
You know, it's pretty incredible to see the Harris campaign flood TikTok with the Access Hollywood tape all over again for young people who weren't there to witness it the first time around. You wonder what the cumulative effect will be. Didn't matter the first time. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, see you on the late edition of Balance of Power, 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It'll show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
Uber or Lyft driver today, where they can actually sort of manage a fleet of cars and sort of manage, I don't know, 10, 20 cars, and just sort of take care of them like a shepherd tends their flock. You have a little flock of cars, and you're the shepherd, and you take care of your flock of cars. I think that'd be pretty cool. I think it's going to be a glorious future. It's going to be really something special. So, yes, good, all excellent questions. We do expect actually to start fully autonomous, unsupervised FSD in Texas and California next year. And that's with the Model 3 and Model Y. And then we expect to be in production with the Cybercab, which is really highly optimized for autonomous transport in probably, well, I tend to be a little optimistic with timeframes, but in 2026. So, yeah, before 2027, let me put it that way. We'll make this vehicle in very high volume, but well before that, you will experience a robotic taxi via the Model 3 and Model Y program, and Model S and X too. But your 3 and Y will achieve unsupervised full self-driving with permission in wherever regulators essentially approve it in the U.S. and then to follow in outside the U.S. So, and the Cybertruck too, yes, of course. Sorry, I don't want to be yes. All our cars, basically, all cars that we make. So.
Prices declined. Exxon shares right now more than 0.5% lower. And Chevron also beat analyst estimates and indicated potential job cuts in the U.S. as part of a new cost-cutting plan. CEO Mike Wirth says the $3 billion in targeted structural cost savings will come from asset sales, the use of new technology, and workflow changes. Chevron sales now about 2.6% higher. And oil did jump on a report that Iran may be preparing to attack Israel from Iraqi territory in the coming days. Axios reports the attacks would come through Iran's proxies using drones and ballistic missiles. That jolted the market's attention back to a potential flare-up in the Middle East. WTI right now is up 0.5%, now at $69.65 a barrel, and Brent crude up 0.6% at $73.26 a barrel. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's get back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. I am Joe Matthew at World Headquarters in New York. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics here on Bloomberg TV and radio, as we prepare to spend some time with Julie Pace at the Associated Press, who will be overseeing the calling of races next week. When you hear us say the Associated Press has called this state or has called this Senate race, it's going to be Julie Pace and her team making that known. As we find the op-ed in the Associated Press today from Julie Pace, the headline for the U.S. election, the AP performs the world's single largest act of journalism. Consider, as she writes, the important work is being done against the backdrop of an electorate that has become increasingly skeptical of election results. An AP NORC poll from 2023 showed only 44% of Americans say they are highly confident the votes in this presidential election, 2024, will be counted accurately. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist Rick Davis is with us, partner at Stone Court Capital, as we prepare to talk to Julie Pace. Rick, you've run campaigns. You know what it's like to be waiting to hear from the Associated Press. This has become a riskier journalistic endeavor compared to years past, isn't it?
Yeah, there's so much information available, and frankly, more and more skepticism on the part of voters. So, you want to get it right. I remember one night during the South Carolina primary in 2008. We lost the South Carolina primary in 2000 and ended the campaign, basically. So it was really important. I get a call. I'm with the McCains, and, it's AP saying, okay, 10 minutes, we're going to announce that you've won the South Carolina primary. Be ready. And, of course, you've got one speech that says, concession, another victory. Yeah. Which one are you going to prep for, right? So we go into the bedroom, we're prepping for that victory speech, and I get a call back about 5 minutes later saying, hold off, we got to rerun the model. I mean, if something doesn't look right here. I'm like, what do you mean? You just said I won. Look, it's not a perfect science, but it has gotten so much better. And, they prepare months and months in advance with their models and their information that they have available that literally can predict an outcome based on early vote that's been incredibly accurate, and I think voters can rely upon it.
Mm-hmm. That's, of course, not to be confused with broadcast networks, other news outlets. Everyone's got a website now. I used to call them newspapers, but they're not anymore, Rick. They're all going to make their own calls. They have their own decision desks, and they all work independently of the Associated Press, even though they're members of that consortium. Can you explain that to our listeners and viewers who are going to hear multiple calls from different places at different times?
That's right. Starting at about 6:30 East Coast time, data is flowing into these models. And you're right. Each network now has its own, quote, decision desk, right? And they like to make decisions on their own. They don't coordinate with others. They don't coordinate with the AP. And they have their own models. Every one of them has different polling data that will be instrumental in making a judgment call, and their own political instincts, right? In some cases, there's a gut check that's involved, and they have to delay an announcement unless they have really total confidence they know what the outcome is going to be. And so you could have competing outcomes. You could have competing calls where one network calls it for one candidate and another calls it for someone else, or withdraws the announcement that somebody has won based like on what happened in 2000 with Florida. Mm-hmm. So the reality is there is a good chance of confusion, but I must say, as a campaign professional, we never acted upon anything that didn't come from the AP.
It's quite the setup for Julie Pace. Rick Davis, thank you, as always, for being with us on Balance of Power. She is executive editor of the Associated Press and joins us from Washington with a massive responsibility ahead next week. Julie, it's great to have you, and I appreciate your time. As you write, the AP performs the world's single largest act of journalism. And I was looking at your website a little while ago. You talk about your decision team here, driven entirely by facts. Calls made by other organizations, as we were just discussing with Rick, who I know you've worked with, have no bearing on when the Associated Press declares a candidate the winner. I would love for you to walk us through this. This is an opportunity to go to school with Julie Pace for our listeners and viewers. How big is your decision team, and what is the methodology that goes into calling a race?
Sure. Well, thank you, first of all, for having me. Really one of our primary focuses in the lead up to the election, and then certainly as we're calling races, is going to be transparency, making sure that people really understand all of the effort, the work, the preparation that goes into these race calls, and then making sure that we're being transparent about how we make the calls when they come through. I think the biggest thing that I would emphasize is, we've been doing this at the AP for more than 175 years. And this is a full-time operation for us. This isn't just something that we stand up in an election year. So our teams are really spending, their full-time understanding rule changes in states, methodology of voting in states, the rhythm of the counting and the vote tabulations in these states. And at the core of our effort is 4,000 vote count reporters who are going to be all across the country physically in counties, which is where elections in the United States are administered. And they are really our ultimate system of checks and balances, making sure that they are matching up the vote count numbers with the numbers that counties may be putting and states may be putting in their databases. And that's really where this whole operation starts. That data is fed up through the models and into our race analysts and ultimately our decision desk. They have an exceptional accuracy rate, and we're really confident that we're going to be able to deliver on that accuracy, but also be able to transparently explain to the public what we're doing come Tuesday and beyond.
Fascinating. How much human involvement is involved in the moment of making the call versus having criteria in advance that a computer could tell you when you reach that point when certain votes are cast in certain areas of a district, for instance? Are you in a room with your team looking at each other in the eye saying, are we going for this or not?
Yeah, ultimately, the final decision makers on race calls are human journalists at the Associated Press. Our team is the one, humans are the one that make those final decisions. But obviously, we're aided by statistical analysis and modeling and the actual raw data that's coming in. The closer the race is in a particular state, the more you need actual vote count. The more the model is one of the tools in your toolkit, but you're really just looking at the actual vote, the raw vote count that's coming in here. But this is always going to be a situation where we've got a human who's an expert in their state or in their race potentially, depending on the way that we've divided things up that year, and they're the ones that are really helping us make that final call.
How local do you need to get in congressional districts in certain states? You talked about the long history of the Associated Press here. That allows you to understand the nuances of each area that you're calling a race in. How different are they all?
Yeah, so we are down to the county level because, again, I think one of the interesting and unique things about the American system of elections is that there is no federal elections office. There is no federal agency that administers elections, so you don't have a one-size-fits-all approach. And as a result, you actually have elections that are run within states in multiple different ways. And so that's why that team of 4,000 vote count reporters is absolutely essential, because they need to be focused on what's happening in the county that they're in. That's the only thing that they're focused on in that moment, is the way that the election is administered down at that local level. And we need that level of nuance because of the complexity of these elections.
Coming off of what we saw in 2020 and the expectation for contested races, certainly on the presidential level this year, is there a lawyer involved in making these calls? Do you look at lawsuits, potential recounts in a district before you call it?
So there's no lawyer involved in our act of actually calling the races, but we look at a range of factors when we're making the decision to call a race. And one of the things that we look at is there an automatic recount in a state? Some states have a tiny margin where if the race is within that margin, then it goes to an automatic recount. We want to make sure that the AP race call is not brought up as part of a legitimate legal process. We want to make sure that our race call can stand and withstand any other external factors. So certainly those are factors that we look at, but really ultimately this comes down to a simple question, which is, does the trailing candidate have a way to catch up? And if the answer to that is no, then we decide that we're ready to move forward with that race call.
That's fascinating. What about reports, as we've seen recently, of ballot boxes being set on fire, ballots being destroyed? If you have cases like that, if there's damage to ballots, if you have protests around a precinct, do you have to put things on hold? Or does that not impact your model because you're looking at a different sample of the electorate?
Yeah, it's a good question. Look, I would say that every one of those potential situations is unique and different. And so it's hard to give a one-size-fits-all answer to that. What we're always looking at in a situation like that is how many ballots are we talking about? You know, are we talking about 10 ballots? Are we talking about 1,000 ballots? Are we talking about 10,000 ballots? Historically, elections in the United States are, while quite complex, exceptionally well run. And the incidence of true voter fraud or moments where large numbers of votes that cannot be counted for some reason in numbers that could actually sway the outcome of the election, that just doesn't exist. You know, we looked back at 2020 to find the number of incidents of true voter fraud, and it was a couple of hundred incidents, and that was a race that was obviously decided by far more. So we watch these things, but really this does come down to the size and the number of votes that we could potentially be talking about.
As I read on the How We Call Races page, I would encourage everybody, go to ap.org to read this. Who calls them? When does the AP call a race? Where can I find AP race calls? There's a lot of interesting information here, but you point out that a lot of races are won on election night, but not uncommon for it to take a few days, maybe even weeks, to reach that point. Julie, everybody's got an office pool going on when the presidential race is going to be called, and we only have the last election really to base this on. It took us until Saturday. What's the Associated Press prepared for?
Look, we're prepared for any scenario here. It's impossible to predict when we'll call the race for the presidency. I would say that at the presidential level, 2020 was an anomaly. If you look back from sort of 2004, through 2020, most of those presidential races have been called either on Tuesday night, on election night, or early on Wednesday. Sometimes House races, Senate races can go on much longer, but we're prepared for any scenario. If there is a longer wait for a call, our real focus is going to be on being transparent, explaining why that's the case, and making sure that the public is informed about everything that we're looking at, so they know, what's accurate information that's out there about the race call and the process of getting to a winner.
We just want to know when we're going to see our families again, Julie. If you have any reporting on that, that would be
I wish
valuable.
I knew when I was going to see my family again, too. So if anybody has any information, let me know.
I bet that's true. We've only got a minute or so left. Does this job that you call the most important act in journalism, come with an enormous amount of added stress after what we experienced 4 years ago?
Look, it's certainly not something that's easy. And, we often say to ourselves here, if it was easy, everybody would do this. We've been doing this for 175 years because we think it's an enormous public service. And that's what the Associated Press is about. We're about public service journalism. And without that federal elections agency, it was really into that void that the AP, really at the founding of our organization, really stepped in. And we've been doing this, carrying this mission out ever since. And I hope, what the public understands is that that same AP that has been calling these races all these years, that people have relied on and trusted and believed in, it's the same organization making those calls this time around. And I hope that that long history and that long record of accuracy, will matter when people are making their decisions about what information to trust.
We actually got to put a face on it here. Remember Julie Pace when you hear these calls being made next week, a world-class journalist and executive editor, the Associated Press. Julie, thank you so much for the seminar on how the AP calls races. The decision team, by the way, will declare at least 6,823 winners, federal, state, and local races next week, with special coverage here on Tuesday on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'll meet you on the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg.
Uber or Lyft driver today, where they can actually sort of manage a fleet of cars and sort of manage, I don't know, 10, 20 cars, and just sort of take care of them like a shepherd tends their flock. You have a little flock of cars, and you're the shepherd, and you take care of your flock of cars. I think that'd be pretty cool. I think it's going to be a glorious future. It's going to be really something special. So, yes, good, all excellent questions. So, we do expect actually to start fully autonomous, unsupervised FSD in Texas and California next year. And that's with the Model 3 and Model Y. And then we expect to be in production with the Cybercab, which is really highly optimized for autonomous transport in probably, well, I tend to be a little optimistic with timeframes, but in 2026. So, yeah, before 2027. Let me put it that way. We'll make this vehicle in very high volume, but well before that, you will experience a robotic taxi via the Model 3 and Model Y program, and Model S and X too. But your 3 and Y will achieve unsupervised full self-driving with permission in wherever regulators essentially approve it in the U.S. and then to follow in outside the U.S. So, and it's Cybertruck too. Yes, of course. Sorry, I don't want to forget. Yes. All our cars are basically all cars that we make. So.
As it happens, Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenevec. Carol Masser is out today. I got Jess Menton from Bloomberg News in here holding down the fort. Jess, seeing a little bit of a rebound from equities from yesterday, but off our session highs.
That's right. So giving up some of those gains that we saw earlier this morning following that jobs report. Obviously, there were some issues that Mike McKee, as you mentioned, is going to get into about some of those hurricane-related issues as well as those strikes at Boeing. But of course, still on a weekly basis, the S&P 500 heading for its worst week in about 2 months, Tim.
All right. We're going to have much more on the trade in just a minute. But as Jess mentioned, Michael McKee is standing by. He's going to give us all the details on the latest payrolls report, what it means for the Fed, what it means for the economy, and what it means, of course, ahead of Tuesday's election.
And of course, looking ahead, as you said, jobs are all things on the payrolls print and what it means for the economy. And of course, when it comes to the election, we'll be hearing from David Gura. He's going to be stopping by fresh from a visit from Wisconsin, where he has been based here ahead of these battleground states and just ahead. And he will be in Pennsylvania too, Tim.
Also, Apple shares under some pressure today. We got that tepid forecast, China weakness. That has investors concerned. We're going to hear from Mark Gurman in just a few minutes. All that and more coming up over the next hour on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Amy Morris in for Charlie Pellet.
All right, thank you, Tim. Stocks are staging a rebound. Traders are looking past today's economic data. They're focusing more on the strength of corporate America. We bring you the markets all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 29 points. NASDAQ up 150 points, and the Dow is up 289 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.35%. The 2-year yield at 4.18%. Intel still surging after its revenue forecast slightly above estimates, sparking optimism about reclaiming its lost market share. Shares of Intel now more than 7% higher. Apple shares more than 1.5% lower after yesterday's earnings report, when Apple said its December sales would rise, just not as much as analysts had projected. And Amazon, on the other hand, beat expectations on the strength of its cloud services, advertising, and e-commerce. Amazon shares now more than 6% higher. And U.S. hiring advanced at the slowest pace since 2020. While the unemployment rate remained low, it was distorted by a strike at Boeing and 2 hurricanes. And those hurricanes also impacted October's ISM Factory Index, which fell to the lowest since July of 2023. Factory output alone posted the largest drop in more than 3 years. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stenivek and Jess Menton.
Hey, thank you so much for that update, Amy. Do appreciate it. We do begin with that payrolls report that we just heard about from Amy. Hiring advancing at the slowest pace since 2020. In October, the unemployment rate did remain low. A lot of distortions, though. Severe hurricanes, that major strike at Boeing weighing on those figures. As far as numbers go, non-farm payrolls increasing at 12,000 last month. Hiring over the previous 2 months weaker than previously thought. The unemployment rate held steady at 4.1%. Hourly earnings ticked up. Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su commented on today's report earlier on Bloomberg TV.
We don't have granular data about that, but I think it's a rational conclusion that the impacts of the hurricanes were devastating. I mean, they were devastating to human life. They were devastating to those communities in the Southeast, but they also are showing up in the jobs report. Having said that, the overall labor force participation rate also remains, it's steady.
That was Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su earlier on Bloomberg TV. We got Michael McKee with us. He's Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Mike, that headline number coming in way below estimates of 100,000. How much of this can we attribute to hurricanes and to the strike versus an actual slowdown in the economy?
Well, as Julie Su said, it's really hard to tell because we don't have the granular data. We do know that we lost 46,000 manufacturing jobs, and there were 44,000 workers on strike in the manufacturing sector, both Boeing and a Textron factory during the month. So that's pretty accurate there. You can add those back in, at least some 38,000 of them for Boeing because they're in theory, going to go back to work if they approve the contract. The hurricanes is the hard part, and part of it is that we had a very low response rate from companies who might have been busy sweeping the water out of their factories rather than filling out the form for the Department of Labor. And so it's hard to know how accurate these numbers are. We do expect a big revision up once companies start sending in their accurate numbers. And so for the next 2 months, we'll probably see the numbers revised up. So you kind of have to look through the headline number. Now, I know your question is going to be, what does the Fed think? Fed is going to think exactly that, but they're going to pay attention to the unemployment rate, which on a 2-decimal number was basically unrevised at 4.1%. So it doesn't look like the labor market's getting any worse.
So especially when you have next week, of course, we have the U.S. election just a few days before the Fed decision. So how much does this number end up being political? And if it does, what do people need to keep in mind?
It's going to be interesting to see if it has any political impact. It took about 10 seconds for the Trump campaign to send out their first negative comments on it, and they've been doing that all day. And we don't know how that's going to affect Americans. In part, it'll depend on how the media play this. If they play up the idea that we lost a lot of jobs, it plays into the Republican narrative. If they say hurricanes cost a lot of jobs, then it may not really resonate with people. Obviously, if they lead with the unemployment rate, it won't have much of an effect at all. But that's politics. You're going to have people always trying to accentuate the negative.
Well, that's what I wanted to focus on, actually, because last month you were sitting in this studio with us, and I had you weigh in on a tweet from a post on X from Marco Rubio, senator of Florida, a state that was severely affected by hurricanes in the last month. He called the September jobs numbers a fake jobs report. He got a lot of pushback from a lot of professional economists, people within the government, people who understand where this data comes from. He posted that they revised the estimated job gains in both August and September by a combined 112,000. And he reiterated the idea that the jobs report, he calls it the Biden-Harris jobs report, were fakes used by the media to give them positive headlines, saying, "I told you so." He obviously didn't learn his lesson. But what do you make of what he said and what he's saying? Because a lot of people point to these backwards revisions.
Well, he either doesn't understand statistics or he's a politician. And far be it for me to say that politicians would not tell the absolute truth or explain things in nuance to people. But the number for September originally was 254. It came out at 223. So if that's a significantly terrible change, I'm not sure it people are going to see it quite the same way. The Bureau of Labor Statistics does the absolute best with what they can. They are not biased at all. This comes up every so often where somebody will say that they're manipulating the statistics to help one side or the other. But if you look, if people want to go to my X account, Economy on X, I just posted a short time ago a graph that shows the revisions during the Biden years, and sometimes they're up and sometimes they're down, and there's no pattern to it. So at this point, you have to say, why are you doing that, other than you're just trying to confuse people?
Of course, next week we're not going to have the dot plots or the economic projections from the Fed statement, just given that they are quarterly, so we'll get those again in December, as you know. But what do you expect Fed Chair Powell to say in that statement as far as when it comes to that forward guidance, and especially when it's a tricky week, because we rarely do see a Fed decision happen the same week as a U.S. presidential election?
Well, he will dodge all the questions on the presidential election because the Fed doesn't know. First of all, we may not know who won, and second of all, they don't know what policies will actually be enacted. The candidates make their pledges, but as they say, the president proposes, Congress disposes. So we aren't going to know for a while what the actual policies are going to be. So the Fed can't do anything about it, so he'll pass on that kind of question. But in terms of trying to deal with this employment report, he'll say we're going to look past the headline number because of the distortions. We'll look at the unemployment rate. We look at average hourly earnings, which were not terrible. And we're looking at a lot of data. We're looking at the GDP report, which was very strong. We're looking at the employment cost index, which showed no real inflation worries. We're looking at the PCE inflation numbers, which weren't a real problem. We're looking at the fact that consumer spending went up strongly last month, and they'll say it doesn't appear to us that the economy has really changed. So we were looking at, under these circumstances, a 25 basis point cut, and I think that's what we get. And he'll say, so that's what we did. We'll wait and see on what we're going to do for December to see what the spending and growth and inflation numbers are, and we get another employment report before the next Fed meeting.
Okay, before the next Fed meeting, we have an election. Forgive me for harping on this, but I'm going to throw a curveball at you, Mike. We've heard from Donald Trump and Elon Musk about the idea of cutting government programs, cutting spending in the government if Trump does win. One thing that I haven't heard a lot about, though, is how cutting several $1 trillion from the budget might affect employment, given that the federal government is such a big employer of Americans.
Well, it depends on how they do it.
That's what I was going to ask you.
And much of what happens in Washington in terms of the budget is, sort of just moving pieces around. It doesn't really have an impact. Probably doesn't mean that much. And I'll give you a caveat in just a second. Interestingly enough, the Bureau of Labor Statistics was going to cut back on the sample size for the household survey, the unemployment report survey. And in the continuing resolution, the government put more money back into it, so now they don't have to cut back. So in terms of the statistics for the economy, that's good news. Now, if you're cutting back on spending, are you cutting back on contracts for work done for the federal government or airplanes built or things like that? That will be in the future. Right now, it probably doesn't have as much to do with it. If you did start cutting significantly, then over time it would have an effect on jobs. Now, the big effect on jobs might be if Donald Trump is elected and he tries to reinstate Schedule F, which changes a significant portion of the civil service into immediately fireable positions, and he immediately fires them, then you could lose 30 or 50,000 employees from the government payrolls, and that would have an immediate effect. But we don't know that A, he will do that, and B, how that would be received, and obviously, the federal unions would take that to court, et cetera.
All right, we're gonna have to leave it there. Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent for Bloomberg News, giving us an overview of the data, the big picture. To understand how companies are hiring or not hiring in this environment, let's bring in Martha Heller. She's founder and CEO of Heller Search, and it's an executive search firm that specializes in leadership roles in technology. She joins us from Massachusetts. Martha, good to have you back on the program. There's no single category in the BLS data that says tech workers, but we did see a decline of 2,000 jobs in telecommunications, an addition of about 1,400 jobs in information services and computing infrastructure providers in the month of October. What are you seeing on your end?
You know, on our end, we're seeing a lot of change happening in executive technology leadership positions. And whenever that happens, there's a lot of hiring. So, you know, some companies are laying off technology people, but the overall story is a story about an investment in AI. And in order for us to recoup our tremendous investment that all of our companies are making in AI, ironically, we need people. We must hire people who can make all of our AI dreams come true. Now, so far, we're seeing some disappointing results from our AI investments. Microsoft is reporting disappointing sales of Copilot. We're hearing this fun term called productivity leakage, where we initially got some gains from AI, but now we seem to be losing them. And then finally, 80% of most AI projects are still in testing phase. So if we are able to get a return on our AI investment, we are promised lots of technology hiring in the future. But if we don't, or some of our AI investments wind up not paying off at all, then we have a much larger hiring situation, challenge on our hands, because we're going to wind up in a bust situation. So I think there's hurricanes, there's elections, but to me, the big story in technology hiring is AI investment, the people we need to invest in to give us the return, and whether or not we're going to get that return. To me, that's what's happening in technology hiring.
I'm glad you brought up some of those technology companies because we did get earnings reports from a number from them, as you know, this week, including Meta and Microsoft. And of course, they're still boosting spending when it comes to artificial intelligence. So when you're looking toward, when it comes to acquiring types of skills for AI, when you're talking with your clients, how does one acquire skills? What are those typical industries that you would go to for that?
So what's interesting is AI skills are strategic thinking, their process expertise, their innovation, they are technical, they are development. So there's a whole range of AI skills. Or if you want to go work in high tech developing AI solutions, you are likely going to get most of your training on the job. What companies like Microsoft and Meta like to do is they like to hire the athletes. They're not necessarily worried about who's got the top PhD in computer science. What they want to hire are people who are innovative, they can think, they can collaborate, because AI is less about technology, ironically, than it is about capabilities and efficiencies and processes and people. So it depends on the skills. You can learn, development languages in computer science programs, but it's really more about how does your company work and how can you use AI to do that better. It's usually on-the-job training.
Remind everyone, Martha, where in sort of the ecosystem the executives you find in place are geographically, salary-wise, because we're not talking, you're going after the folks who are making significant amount of money, and the positions they have are kind of few and far between.
That's right. So the population that we focus on are technology executives across all industries. So insurance and retail and airlines, and what is happening in those companies, those technology executives are starting to run their businesses more like software companies, more like Microsoft, more like Meta, because in order to make use of AI, we need the culture, we need the technologies, we need the talent that we have in some of these high-tech companies. So the challenge is, how do you, a head of technology at an insurance company, find the AI skills that you need when you're competing with Microsoft? That is the real challenge. So our senior technology executives are really across every industry, but the talent that they need is actually not from their own industry, it's from the high-tech companies.
And especially when you're thinking about moving ahead and looking at how, when you are acquiring the skills that you were talking about earlier, speaking to us more broadly, just quickly, because we only have about a minute left, when you're looking at the outlook as we head into 2025 when it comes to these positions.
Sure. So the outlook is there is much more demand than there is supply. We are not training our people in AI skills. So I would say broadly, provided companies still invest in as heavily in AI as they've done in 2024, we're going to see a upward pressure on companies to hire these people. So broadly, I think we're going to have a supply-demand problem where we are going to need more tech skills than we currently have on the market. That's really going to be a CEO's challenge going forward.
Martha, just 10 seconds left. What's the meat of the conversation we have with you a month from now if you join us?
The meat of the conversation is now that the election is behind us and we know who our president is, the analysis paralysis that keeps companies from making real investment decisions, particularly in growth, will be behind us. And I predict that we are all going to be looking forward to a very busy first quarter with hiring.
Okay, so not a repeat of 2000 when we didn't know for many weeks who the winner was of that election. Martha Heller, founder and CEO of Heller Search, the executive search firm that specializes in leadership roles in technology. Coming up next, Apple shares under pressure post earnings. We get all the details from Mark Gurman. That's next.
I will show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We have green on the screen. Traders paying more attention to corporate earnings than that eco data we got earlier today. As we check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg, the S&P 500 up 27 points, NASDAQ up 136, and the Dow up 289 points. Hiring advanced at its slowest pace since 2020, while the unemployment rate remained low in October, a month distorted by severe hurricanes and a major strike at Boeing. Now, speaking of Boeing, shares rose after reaching a tentative agreement with union leaders to end a labor dispute that's crippling the company's commercial airplane manufacturing. The union is also urging its members to accept this offer and end the strike. Shares of Boeing now about 3% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now let's get back to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stenivek and Jess Menton.
Hey, Amy, do appreciate that. Thank you so much. As I mentioned, Apple shares down about 1.6%, not taking part in that relatively broad rally. The company is sparking fresh concerns about revenue growth and lingering weakness in an intensely competitive China market. We got Mark Gurman with us. He's a Bloomberg News chief technology correspondent. He joins us from LA. Mark, we heard yesterday from Apple the company expects total sales in the current quarter will rise by a percentage in the low to middle single digits. Analysts wanted to see 7%. We also saw a decline in China revenue last quarter. That fell short of estimates. Help us make sense of how weakness in China is linked to weakness in total sales.
When they said the guidance for the first quarter on the earnings call, I did a double take. I wasn't exactly sure that I heard it correctly. Low single digits is below expectations, especially all the hype that they're pushing for AI and this latest iPhone, all the new products they've rolled out. That seemed really low, but that is the reality. Sometimes they guide under, but they said last quarter it would be a 5% increase in revenue year over year, and this quarter ended up being a 6% year over year increase. So they're pretty much, lately at least, on the money with their guidance. So yeah, it'll probably be in the around 5% or less range for Q1. In terms of how China plays into this, so China has dipped again, right? For the fourth quarter, it was a year-over-year decline, but that decline has improved. It's not as bad as it was. We were getting used to $2-3 billion year-over-year shortfalls, right? Now we're in the $500 million range. So you are seeing some improvement there. Apple is trying to imply to the street that the issues in China are not related to the iPhone, but everything that we've seen and heard indicates that the iPhone is probably not doing as well as Apple would want in Greater China. You're seeing a lot of new competition from Xiaomi and Huawei. More importantly, you're seeing some of these other smartphone makers trying new things, right? I'm not saying they're selling well. I'm not saying that they're extraordinarily feasible, but at least they're trying new things, whereas Apple is sticking to the same formula, the same design, many of the same features that they've had for a number of years now. And I think that's why you're seeing a little bit of softness in China, in addition to people wanting to buy homegrown products.
Mark, when it comes to other big tech companies, obviously Microsoft and Meta still facing sort of wary investors after reporting that rising in AI spending, but it seems like Apple's been a bit more cautious when it comes to spending when it comes to AI. Where does it stand on this?
Yeah, I'm not sure that they've been cautious on spending on AI because they're trying to be conservative. I think that's part of it. I think the other component is there's not a ton that they need to be spending on AI right now because they just don't have the feature set that requires the big spending. Microsoft, OpenAI, Google, Amazon, they're requiring a lot more spend than Apple on artificial intelligence because they have a lot more to offer, right? That's one part of it. The other part of it is, as opposed to all these other providers of AI technologies, Apple does a lot on device. Their large language model, for the most part, can do a lot on the phone itself. It doesn't require as much movement to the cloud as some of these other providers. So I think it's a mix of that. Trying to be conservative, not having as much to offer, not as much as server-centric capabilities. And then the third thing, because they're actually able to do a lot on the phone itself, which is great from a privacy and actually a performance standpoint. So it's a mixture there.
Hey, Mark, iPhone revenue coming in at $46.2 billion. It beat estimates of $45 billion. How do we know how well the iPhone 16 is selling, China notwithstanding?
We wait until the end of January or early February when Apple announces its first quarter numbers. don't forget a large portion, or the majority portion of that 46 billion is going to be non-iPhone 16s. You know, the quarter is 3 months long, and you only had about a week and a half of sales of those latest iPhones, including pre-orders as well, from the prior week to that in the fourth quarter window. So I think we need to wait until the first quarter results are presented for us to really have a strong idea on how the iPhone 16 is doing. I don't think there's going to be a super cycle. What I'm seeing is that things are going to be about the same, if not a little bit better than the iPhone 15 Pro. And I don't really think a lot of that has to do with Apple Intelligence. I think consumers are seeing through the marketing engine that Apple is pushing right now for Apple Intelligence. I think a lot of it has to do with pent-up demand. There's a lot of folks still on an iPhone 10, iPhone 11 or 12 and earlier, and they need to get a new phone. It's not necessarily features driving phone sales at this point. It's that people need a new phone every few years because, let's just be frank, the battery stops working properly, apps lose compatibility, and just overall things just stop working. And I think there's a lot of pent-up demand, and a lot of an upgrade cycle for new iPhones are driven by the fact that people just need a new phone, not because they want one necessarily, but because they need one. There are also these just awesome installment plans that many of these companies are offering right now. All the carriers do it. Apple does it through retail. Apple does it through the Apple credit card with Goldman. You have these upgrade programs through trade-in packages. So there are lots of reasons to get an iPhone that have nothing to do with the new iPhone's functionality. In years when they actually present a major new design or a major new set of features, that just sets, lights that on fire, puts more in the engine there for consumers to want to upgrade. So they're getting those phones sold no matter what.
I'm glad you brought that up, Mark. That was something I was going to ask you, because it does appear that those iPhone sales for Apple were a positive surprise. So it does indicate that people with iPhones that potentially were 3 to 4 years old, like myself, might be ready for an upgrade. I don't know about you, Tim. But what do we know about the timeline? Right. I think I'm going to hold off maybe potentially to next year. But what do we know, Mark, when it comes to the timeline of those AI features that people are really eager about when it comes to the phones?
So the first features, which are essentially worthless, they launched on Monday earlier this week. There's quite a few people who are still complaining on social media that they can't get past the waitlist. These are features like rewriting messages on your behalf, notification summaries. Those work about 80% of the time. The other 20%, you can get some quite hilarious responses. The real stuff, the real Apple Intelligence, as I like to call it, that's launching in December. That's going to include integration with ChatGPT. I've been using that on my Mac. It's terrific. You're getting things like Image Playground.
Wait. Sorry, I want to cut in here. How are you using it on your Mac right now, Mark? Explain the functionality of it.
So Apple Intelligence is available on the iPhone, iPad, and Mac. And on the Mac, when you get Apple Intelligence, you have a new Siri button in the top right of your display, and you click it, and you can type in a Siri query. But if you type something that Siri doesn't know, which is probably going to be most of the time, you get routed to ChatGPT, and basically you get an endless array of potential responses and things you can do. ChatGPT, everyone listening to this has probably used it. It's awesome. And now it's integrated super deeply into the Apple ecosystem, or it will be in December when 18.2 launches on the iPad and the iPhone, and 15.2 launches for macOS Sequoia. So I think the ChatGPT integration is just terrific. And I think people are really going to like that.
We talked yesterday with Ed Ludlow about the search functionality improving on ChatGPT as a hit to Google. Ed actually has access to it because he pays for ChatGPT. Can you get access to it if you don't pay for it through Apple and Apple AI?
So you can integrate the paid ChatGPT into your account on your Apple account, or you can add your free account, or you cannot sign in with your OpenAI account, period. So it's totally anonymous what you're doing in terms of the queries you're putting into ChatGPT. The user interface being used right now, at least in this beta period, is the non-search ChatGPT, but I would imagine over time maybe they'll integrate that. But who knows? Apple has a Google search deal to protect, so maybe they won't accept that.
When it comes to some of those base effects that a lot of people like to blame, especially when you're thinking about big tech earnings, not just Apple, but others, because there is such a high bar. Obviously, in 2022, as you know, there was a bear market at U.S. stocks, and obviously the earnings outlook wasn't as strong. But once NVIDIA had that blockbuster revenue forecast last May, obviously that kind of skyrocketed the earnings growth for the Magnificent Seven. But as we go throughout the year, obviously the base over base effects aren't quite as strong on a year-over-year basis. So how much, when you're talking with your sources, especially if they're traders and investors, kind of look past some of those types of issues when it comes to some of the growth numbers from a quarter and then a year-over-year basis?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the AI story plays very deeply into the Apple stock price. I mean, I think some people won't believe this, but I think the Wall Street effect played a significant hand, maybe not in the development of Apple's AI features or the reason for moving into artificial intelligence in a deeper way, but the way they're marketing it. I mean, they essentially lied that the new iPhone was built for the ground up for Apple Intelligence, right? The new iPhone essentially support AI the same way the prior iPhones did. They essentially were dishonest with the rollout timing for many of these features. They were dishonest about their marketing when these new phones went on sale. They marketed them for Apple Intelligence, but Apple Intelligence launched a month and a half after they went on sale. You know, you can make the argument that they're saying it was built for AI, so people knew that they would support AI, but I don't think anyone's under the impression that Apple wasn't trying to imply that they were ready for AI when they simply weren't. Now, I'm not going to criticize them for coming out a month and a half after the new iPhones, right? But I do think that you can make a safe argument that Wall Street and the way that AI impacts stock price and the way AI gets people to invest in the company and have interest in the company played a major hand in them marketing the new phones this way.
Is that a departure, Mark, from how they've marketed in the past?
I think it's a departure from, let's say, Steve Jobs was CEO of Apple, and Apple was several years behind in an extraordinarily core and key technology. I think he'd be ripping the company to shreds over this, right? The good news is that Tim Cook is perhaps not as volatile as Jobs may have been on these types of matters, and he is allowing this thing to roll out. And in 6 months from now, there will probably be the perception that Apple is, you know, in the upper echelon of AI, obviously not the leader. I do think it's going to take them 5 years to become the world leader in AI if they ever reach that point. Obviously, the amount of money and resources they have, the goal is to become the #1 player in AI. I think if they play their cards right with making acquisitions that could be helpful there, and investment that could be helpful there, they'll get there. But it's going to take a while. The good news for everyone involved is that the arc of time is extraordinarily long, and if Apple becomes #1 in 5 years from now, all of these conversations, unfortunately, including the ones with me, will all have been moot.
Mark, before we let you go, we got 30 seconds left to talk about Pixelmator. What's going on with this acquisition?
Yeah, this is great. Pixelmator is just simply the best photo editing application you can get across Apple devices. If you're an Apple fan and you like photo editing, it is extraordinarily well integrated. In fact, some probably would argue that they had no idea that Pixelmator wasn't an Apple offering. These two companies have been circling each other, and it makes so much sense. And this was just a matter of time. Anyone who's used Pixelmator, you would feel right at home as an Apple device user. So this is great. Aperture was discontinued a decade ago.
Right.
Now they're back in the photo editing business.
Bloomberg News Chief Technology Correspondent Mark Gurman out there in LA. Mark, thank you. Up next, dispatches from the battleground states with David Gura.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Stocks are gaining after a two-day rout, a wave of dip buying lifting stocks as we approach the weekend. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 32 points. NASDAQ up 153 points. The Dow up 344 points. Russell 2000 Index up 12 points. And the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.35%. The 2-year yield is at 4.18%. Oil also jumped on a report that Iran may be preparing to attack Israel from Iraqi territory in the coming days. This is a report out of Axios, which says the attacks could come through Iran's proxies using drones and ballistic missiles. That jolted the market's attention back to a potential flare-up of Middle East hostilities. And now we are looking at what it's done to oil. Brent crude oil now up 0.4%, now at $73.12 a barrel. And NYMEX crude oil up 0.3% at $69.51 a barrel. October's ISM factory index is down, falling to the lowest since July of 2023. Factory output alone posting the largest drop in more than 3 years. And the economy added about 12,000 jobs in October. That's the weakest since the pandemic. The government says it's likely hurricanes affected payroll growth. They just can't quantify that. Unemployment held steady at 4.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, you can subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's get back to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stenovec and Jess Menton.
Amy, thanks so much. Do appreciate that. Continuing our coverage of the upcoming election, Election Day Tuesday, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump headed into the last weekend before Election Day, virtually tied in 7 battleground states. In Arizona last night, Donald Trump suggested that one of his most vociferous critics, Liz Cheney, would be less of a, quote, war hawk if she experienced combat conditions herself.
She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. You know, they're all war hawks when they're sitting in Washington in a nice building saying, oh, gee, let's send 10,000 troops right into the mouth of the enemy.
That was former President Donald Trump last night in Arizona speaking with Tucker Carlson. We got with us David Gura, Bloomberg News correspondent, host of the Big Tech podcast. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. David, this rhetoric from the former president coming just days before Election Day, his advisors, we know, do not love it. What about his base, though? Is he actually at risk?
Well, I think that he feels like they do love it. And it's interesting, the campaign chairman came out with a memo yesterday kind of outlining the strategy going forward here. And something that he really played up was, we have a very simple message going into this election, and that is, Kamala broke it, Donald Trump can fix it. And I will say, as I've been driving around the country, in Wisconsin most recently, that signage is short and sweet, concise, and very effective and everywhere. So I think every time that this happens, and last night was an extreme example of him talking about Liz Cheney in the way in which he did, and John Bolton and others, it kind of distracts from that streamlined message I think his advisors really want him to have. But the point that you bring up, Tim, is a real good one, which is, I think he feels in his gut it doesn't matter. And even the way that he brought up those comments yesterday was, I'm not supposed to talk about this, I'm not supposed to say this, but I'm going to say it anyways. And that's kind of the preamble that he's been giving to a lot of these more controversial comments. He did the same thing about immigration, so there were a lot of tough hombres in New Mexico where he was yesterday as well. So it's kind of like what we've seen over these last 9 years, which is advisors try to get him to commit to staying focused, and it's a very difficult thing for them to do.
And David, you did interview Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin, of course, earlier this week, a key swing state, as we know. What was the mood like there?
She's taking nothing for granted, and she's quite, I'd say, cautiously optimistic about how things are going. But every event that I went to that she was speaking at, she began by saying Wisconsin is the battleground state. And that she's in a 50-50 race. She said the race for the presidency in Wisconsin is the same, 50-50 race. So really acknowledging that things are really close in that state, other swing states as well. And just the kind of way that she talked about the election, the rhetoric she was using, really indicated that she's taking no vote for granted. I went to one event where she was talking to mostly union members who were about to canvass for her. She was kind of giving them unsolicited tips on how they should approach that, and that was begin by saying why you're doing what you're doing. And there were union members from both Wisconsin and states outside, so Minnesota and Illinois. People would come in to knock on doors, so give why are you here, what are the issues that are making you do this, and then seal the deal, as she put it. You can talk to somebody at their door for a while, but you want to walk away feeling like you've brokered some sort of agreement with them that they're going to then go and at least vote, hopefully vote for you, the candidate. So it's become this kind of real ground-focused game there. She was really frank about the fact that, this could come down to just a few votes in each precinct. It could be really that narrow a margin. And you contrast that with how much money is pouring into that state and these other states, and that's just manifest in the signs, which are everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yard signs, billboards, and then the TV advertisements as well. I mean, it is a place like Pennsylvania and Georgia and Arizona where I think people are just inundated with campaign advertising all the time.
Yeah, I drove to outside of Philadelphia a couple weekends ago, and as soon as we got outside of New Jersey, just the billboard nonstop hits you, Kamala Trump, Kamala Trump. I mean, nonstop. The money that's being spent in these swing states is absolutely remarkable. So help us push this forward to Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then, of course, Tuesday. What is the main objective of the two campaigns here? Is it to actually get the undecided voters out there, or are they just focused on turnout right now? Yes and yes?
Well, yes and yes, but I sense they're placing less emphasis on those undecided voters. I think that they are kind of phantom voters at this point in time, and we've joked over these last
who's
minutes,
left?
like, who are you? Like, who's the person who hasn't come up with your decision at this point? So I think now the focus is on getting people who have been reliable voters in the past from both parties to actually go to the polls on election day or to put their ballots in early. So I think that's who they're targeting, again, at that kind of micro, very granular level. All the while, you have these big events that both candidates are putting on. I think last time we spoke, there was going to be Mumford & Sons with Kamala Harris in Milwaukee, and lo and behold, they're back in Milwaukee today, and they did that by going through like 3 other states to get there. They've taken the swing, both of them, through the Southwest. Now they're back in Milwaukee. Cardi B is introducing Kamala Harris in Milwaukee today. So they're going to have these big events, and the purpose there is just to kind of gin up excitement, sustain excitement. Yes, reach these kind of broader audiences, those who are tuning in, watching these on TV across the country. Try to emphasize what the broad themes of the candidacies and campaigns are. But again, it's that funny dynamic of like going big, but at the same time really focusing on small issues as well.
So for Donald Trump to win the election, he would have to flip Michigan, Wisconsin, and of course Pennsylvania, where I hear you are going to pretty soon, imminently this weekend. 3 key blue wall states from Harris, which previously had in that past election. So where do we stand now with the race so close?
It is incredibly close, and so you look at what the Harris campaign is saying, for instance, in Pennsylvania, and that is we have all of these data on ballots that have been requested and turned in. They keep track of who broadly has requested them, Democrats, Republicans, men, women, and the Harris campaign is kind of taking a victory lap here and saying of those that have been requested and turned in, 55% or so of them come from women, and they take that as a very positive sign. They think that those votes are more likely than not to fall for them. But you bring up just the path to the White House here with the Electoral College, and the calculus has changed somewhat in these last few weeks. And I'm from North Carolina. It was largely seen ahead of the kind of implosion of the lieutenant governor running for governor in that state that could be a lock for Donald Trump. Now it's not. It just complicates things and narrows his path forward to a potential victory in the Electoral College. So again, going back to Pennsylvania, where I'm going, both of these candidates are going to be there in the coming days. It's where Kamala Harris is going to kind of make her closing argument on Monday, and she's going to give major speeches in 3 cities across that state. So Allentown, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia. Hopefully I'll catch the one in Philadelphia just to see sort of how she makes that case. But what neither of these candidates wants is to sort of ignore one of these swing states or make people there feel like they've been ignored. And that's certainly something that looms large when Hillary Clinton was running, and she perhaps didn't go to Michigan as much as she should have.
I think that a lot of people in your position who are going to be on the ground might be hoping for a swift call of...
Do I look that tired?
No, it's not that you look tired. I mean, we're planning for it all here, right? Like we could be here nonstop. You could be out in the field. We don't know when this is going to get called. But the law aspect of this and the legal aspect of this, we have about 40 seconds left, David. How are both campaigns girding for a legal battle in the days and weeks following the election?
They're getting ready, but they have been getting ready for a long time now. We did an episode on this, just how they've bolstered their legal teams and are focusing on these issues. And I'll say, on the other side of that coin, there's emphasis on early voting, I think helps, makes it so there's not as much pressure on these polling places on election day itself. But I think everyone's going to be exceedingly careful. And the head of counties that I call in Pennsylvania say, look, we will put unofficial results up that evening. You'll be able to see them there. But I think they're going to take their due time to make sure that they get it right and there's nothing untoward happening whatsoever.
David Gura is a Bloomberg News correspondent. He's also the host of the Big Take podcast. He's here in our Business Week studio, not for long, because he's going this weekend to Philadelphia, where he's going to be covering the election. Do not miss our special election coverage right here on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio. Coming up next, it's Options Insight with Abigail Doolittle.
minutes ago, we asked the live audience on X to submit a few requests for what they would like us to try out here. So I will take a couple of prompts. Okay. Bot Gaskar wants to know if GPT-4o is capable of real-time translation. Mark, you want to try this one?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
I speak Italian, so we can just do English Italian.
Let's try to do English Italian. Sure, let's do it. Hey, ChatGPT, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. How about you? How's your day going?
I'm doing great. So I would like you to function as a translator. I have a friend here who only speaks Italian, and I only speak English. And every time you hear English, I want you to translate it to Italian. And if you hear Italian, I want you to translate it back to English. Is that good?
Perfetto.
Mark, io mi chiedo se le balene potessero parlare, cosa ci direbbero?
Mike, she wonders if whales could talk, what would they tell us?
They might ask, how do we solve linear equations?
Potrebbero chiederci come risolviamo le equazioni lineari.
Sicuramente sì.
Certainly yes.
Great. Looks like it works.
All right. So the next one is from Burrito John 78, who asks, can you tell what you're feeling just by looking at your face? Barrett, you want to give this one a try?
Absolutely. Let's try it out. Hey, ChatGPT.
Hey there. What's up? How can I brighten your day today?
Okay, yeah, so I'm going to show you a selfie of what I look like, and then I'd like you to try to see what emotions I'm feeling based on how I'm looking.
Sounds like a fun challenge. Go ahead and show me that selfie, and I'll put my emotional detective hat on.
Okay, so here's me. So what kind of emotions do you think I'm feeling?
It seems like I'm looking at a picture of a wooden surface.
Oh, you know what? That was the thing I sent you before. Don't worry, I'm not actually a table. Okay, so take another look.
That makes more sense. There we go. It looks like you're feeling pretty happy and cheerful, with a big smile and maybe even a touch of excitement. Whatever's going on, it seems like you're in a great mood. Care to share the source of those good vibes?
Yeah, no, the reason I'm in a really good mood is because we were doing a presentation showcasing how useful and amazing you are.
Oh, stop it. You're making me blush.
Amazing. Well, that's it for today on live demos. As you can see, this just feels so magical, and that's wonderful. But we also want to remove some of the mysticism from the technology and bring it to you so you can try it for yourself. So over the next few weeks, we'll be rolling out these capabilities to everyone. Today has been very much focused on the free users and the new modalities and new products, but we also care a lot about the next frontier. So soon we'll be updating you on our progress towards the next big thing. And before we wrap up, I just want to thank the incredible OpenAI team, and also thanks to Jensen and the NVIDIA team for bringing us the most advanced GPUs to make this demo possible today. And thank you all very, very much for being a part of this today.
Pricing in, investors pricing in fewer cuts, but it could also have to do with the possibility of investors thinking that if Donald Trump, the former president, were to win, his policy could be painful for the budget, which would send yields higher. How much are you hearing from your clients about this, or what are you seeing in your work around this idea?
That is one of the potential aspects of the quote-unquote Trump trade, but it's really difficult to parse out how much of that is politics and how much of it is economics. I still think it's mostly economics. And the reason I say that is, I mean, most of the economic reports have been generally positive. I mean, today's payrolls numbers notwithstanding, you still had monthly hourly earnings going up at 0.4% this month, which hardly helps the inflationary picture. So I think a lot of it, I think you have two candidates, neither of whom is exactly preaching fiscal discipline. Although I do think that the market is certainly interpreting the Trump tariffs as being much more of a budget buster.
You know, we have about 30 seconds left or so. We haven't talked about, we have been talking about the Trump trade. The Harris trade, it's not as robust because the alliteration really isn't there. Plus, we don't know what her policies are. But if Harris were to win, if VP Harris were to win, what does that mean for the markets in the near term based on what you are hearing? And again, your work, because I know you do a lot of deep work.
It's basically a status quo trade. I mean, I think the simplest path is to say she won't differ too much from Joe Biden's policies. The one thing that might be a little bit of an interesting tweak here is if it's clear that the Trump tax cuts are unlikely to be reinstated, then you might see a little bit of tax law selling brought forward as people try to avoid the higher capital gains rate.
Great perspective. As always, Steve Sosnick, Chief Market Strategist over at Interactive Brokers. Jess, Tim, back to you.
Abigail, thanks so much. And also a big thank you again to Steve Sosnick over at Interactive Brokers. What would you like to hear about on Bloomberg Business Week and Bloomberg Radio? Help make shows like ours even better by taking our Bloomberg audience survey. To do that, just visit youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcast. Click the link in our profile or the community section to take the survey. It's hosted by our partners over at Material. Fill it out now at youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcast. Taking a look at markets right now, we are seeing the S&P 500 higher by 0.6%, the NASDAQ Composite up 0.9%, and just the Dow up by close to 0.9%.
That's right, especially when you're looking on a weekly basis here. Still, unfortunately, the S&P 500 on pace for its worst week in about 2 months, Tim.
Worst week in about 2 months, but not every week can be.
But it was one heck of a winning streak there for a while now. And it did buck the trend in September. It was supposed to be the worst month of the year, and it wasn't, gained 2%. And then October was supposed to be the most volatile month of the year, and actually it just snapped a streak of 29 sessions without a move of more than 1%.
20% higher on the S&P 500 so far year to date. Nothing to shake a stick at. Hey, if you are sticking with us on Bloomberg Radio from 3 to 5 Wall Street time, we got a great program coming up. The Disciple of Peter Thiel, plowing millions of dollars into right-wing causes. We've also got joining us the former CEO of Palo Alto Networks and also former COO of Zscaler, talking all about the cybersecurity risks that are out there. On TV, The Close is up next.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz. Vice President Kamala Harris has just reacted to comments former President Donald Trump made about former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney. He called her a war hawk. He said, let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face. Harris spoke in Madison, Wisconsin.
Democracies are complicated in a wonderful way because we like debate. We accept and receive differences of opinion, and we work them out.
CBS's Jake Rosen tells us CBS News pollsters are hearing from Americans that they want the political attacks to stop.
This is not what people from both sides of the aisle want to be hearing down the home stretch. They've consistently told us in our polling unit that they want to hear policy-focused and policy-centric ideas going down the stretch so that people feel like, at least when they go to cast their ballot in a couple days, or if they already have, that they're doing so on the ideas of how their lives are going to improve.
The Labor Department reports employers added just 12,000 jobs in October. Analysts expected 117,000. Hurricanes Helene and Milton and labor unrest are being blamed for the low number. The stock market today is shrugging off the report. Could the Boeing machinist strike end next week?
The latest offer from Boeing includes a 38% wage increase and a $12,000 bonus if ratified. Many machinists on the picket line say they'll still vote no on the deal, and they're ready to continue their strike.
I knew the strike was coming, and I prepared for it, so I'm going to reject it.
Union leaders fear if workers do reject the deal, future proposals will offer less. Machinists will vote Monday, one day before another big vote for a new president and new labor policies. Luke Ducey for CBS News, Seattle.
Police in Florida say 2 people were killed, 6 others wounded in in 2 shootings by one person. It happened as thousands of people in costumes celebrated on the streets of downtown Orlando. Mayor Buddy Dyer.
It's unfortunate that the changes in the state concealed weapons laws have made it even easier for people to carry guns and bring guns downtown.
Police say the alleged shooter's been captured 5 weeks after Hurricane Helene dumped 2 feet of rain on western North Carolina, causing historic flooding. Tens of thousands of people are still without clean water. Katie Toomey lives in devastated Black Mountain, just east of Asheville.
They said it looked like chocolate milk after the hurricane. And a couple weeks later, they said it didn't look much better.
People are using bottled water for drinking and bathing. At this hour, the Dow is up almost 1%, S&P 500 up more than 0.5%. This is CBS News.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week on this Friday, November 1st. Happy November, everyone. I'm Tim Stenevec. Carol Masser is out today. We got Jess Menton holding down the fort in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Jess, we're seeing a little bit of buying happening right now. Quite a difference than what we saw in yesterday's trade. I know you've been watching the technicals pretty closely.
We have, and the S&P 500 getting closer to that 50-day moving average. If you look, though, at the advancers versus decliners, if you want to look at breadth today, though, about 59% of advancers higher, so almost 60%, and 41% of companies declining right now. But obviously looking ahead to next week with a barrage of events coming up, Tim.
Okay, so you might be listening to us on Bloomberg Radio. You might be listening to us on Sirius XM. You might be watching us on YouTube or Bloomberg Originals. We are everywhere. You can find us everywhere. We got a great program over the next couple of hours. The disciple of Peter Thiel, who's plowing millions into right-wing causes. A great profile, and we're going to be talking about that in just a few minutes.
Also, the former CEO of the Palo Alto Networks and CEO of Zscaler on cybersecurity risks, Tim.
Also, David Weston stopping by. He's going to give us a preview of a very timely Wall Street week that airs in just a couple of hours. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Amy Morrison for Charlie Pellet. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim. U.S. hiring advanced at the slowest pace since 2020, while the unemployment rate remained low. It was distorted by that strike at Boeing and two hurricanes. And the storms also impacted October's ISM Factory Index, which fell to the lowest since July of 2023. Factory output alone posted the largest drop in more than 3 years. So Wall Street tried to not read too much into all of that data, focusing instead on the strength of corporate America, and stocks are getting a late week boost. Checking the markets for you as we do all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 34 points, NASDAQ up 160, the Dow up 361 points, the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.36%, and the 2-year yield at 4.2%. Intel also surging after its revenue forecast slightly above estimates. That sparked some optimism about reclaiming its lost market share. Shares of Intel now more than 8% higher. Apple shares are more than 1.5% lower after yesterday's earnings report. When Apple said its December sales would rise, just didn't rise as much as analysts had projected. Amazon, on the other hand, beat expectations on the strength of its cloud services, advertising, and e-commerce. Amazon shares right now more than 6% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stenovec and Jess Menton.
Hey, Amy, do appreciate that. Hey, if you never want to miss a Bloomberg Business Week story, become a subscriber today. You'll unlock deep reporting and analysis from reporters all around the world, including unlimited access to Business Week. You can check out our offers right now at Bloomberg.com/subscribe now. Well, Joe Lonsdale is not only an American entrepreneur and venture capitalist, but he's also a disciple of Peter Thiel, and he's plowing millions into right-wing causes. While Peter Thiel has intentionally stayed out of the 2024 presidential election, Lonsdale has rushed to pick up the mantle as one of the right's most motivated and influential supporters, and he's spent much of the last decade directing an increasing amount of his tech fortune to shaping young minds. We got with us Lizette Chapman. She's venture capital and startups reporter at Bloomberg News. She joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Lizette, I read this story, and it seems like you got to spend quite a bit of time at a ranch just outside of Austin, Texas. Take us there.
Yeah, this is Joe Lonsdale's ranch that he moved to from San Francisco back in 2020 when he was pretty exasperated with a lot of the policies and kind of outcomes of things here in California related to public safety and homelessness and crime and some other issues. And so he picked up and moved his family from San Francisco to Austin and began acquiring different parcels of land and just north of Austin on the outskirts. And that's where I visited. It's 11-acre ranch, and that's where he is establishing his empire. He's now got 5 children, and he has been backing a number of different causes there in and around Austin.
Okay, we'll get to the causes.
That have national implications.
Yeah, we're going to get to the causes in just a minute, but I want to understand who he's not just hosting reporters at this ranch. He's hosting a lot of people who with prominent national profiles. Talk about those people who visited the same place that you visit.
Right. So he set this up as really a stopping, a stop-off place for a lot of different people that are coming through. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who he supported and has donated to, as well as his longtime friend and occasional business partner, Elon Musk, who he helped in the early days of the America PAC, which is the super PAC bankrolling Trump's ground campaign that Elon Musk has donated. Our reporting showed $132 million to. So he worked with Musk on the early days of that, and continues to host people there. It's really set up for entertaining, and with independence, and also for the guests, as well as a lot of collaborative spaces.
Okay, so let's get to those causes. What are they specifically?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Get to the what?
The causes that you were mentioning earlier.
Oh, the causes. Yeah, sure. Well, the biggest one that Joe talked to me about is around competence in government and what he sees as a decline of competence on the left to solve a number of issues, including safety, homelessness, another one around higher education, things in health. And so he's done this through a couple of different ways, but one of his main focal points, and something that he's continued to donate to since he established it in 2016, was something called the Cicero Institute. And this is a public policy think tank that he set up and he runs with his wife Taylor. And the goal of this group is to research different problems that they see in the United States, and then propose policy solutions on a state-by-state level. And he's donated $10 million a year to this since it was established in 2016, and he still spends a lot of his time on it, in addition to the 25 full-time staff that it has. It's expanded threefold since 2021 alone, and it now operates in 25 states. And it's gotten a lot of its policies through into bills, and 40 of them were signed into laws this year alone. One of the biggest ones that it has long advocated for, the Supreme Court codified earlier this year, and that was in criminalizing camping in public spaces that set the ground, set the wheels in motion for states to follow through with eliminating camping on public grounds.
Which is something for homelessness as unhoused, right? This is like not about preventing people from recreating.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about maybe his evolution, or at least the way that he has kind of followed Peter Thiel's lead. He grew up in liberal Silicon Valley, as you write. He studied computer science at Stanford. He co-founded Palantir. Now he's plowing millions into right-wing causes. Did he have some sort of political evolution that you found, or was he kind of like this from an early age?
What we talked about, and what you can see just with his political donations alone, is he has donated to both sides, but primarily on the conservative side, and looking more toward the libertarian bent to things, which is similar to Peter Thiel. And of course, he followed in Peter's footsteps as editor-in-chief at the Stanford Daily, which is a Republican libertarian publication there at Stanford University, and then went on, from there to support a lot of the same causes and a lot of the same for a lot of the same reasons as Peter did.
More recently, though, he wasn't as interested in discussing the final leg of the election or whether he'd gained special privileges for his efforts during a Trump administration. Why is that?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Jess. I was really surprised because I did visit him in October, and I was thinking, okay, we're going to talk about the final leg of the election, and we're going to be talking about the America PAC, and really he approached it much more like a venture capitalist, or even like a young dad would. And as I mentioned, he's now got 5 kids, and he's got hundreds of investment that he's done over time, and he sees his political investments and these and where he's focused right now is much more 5-10-year plays, generational plays. And he was much more focused on ideas and on policies than he was on personalities. He is supporting Donald Trump this election, and he was careful to make the point that he is really focused on government that works. He didn't, praise Donald Trump on a number of his positions that he's taken. He didn't, discount him either. He kind of held the line, talking about how much better a government would run under a Trump-Vance administration. It's worth noting, and I maybe we could talk a little bit about this too, but he is friends with and is an occasional business partner of J.D. Vance, who is the 2028, who could be a pick for 2028. That was more kind of along the lines that Joe wanted to discuss, was really the future, not so much what was going to happen in the next week or two.
So does he and do his sort of not necessarily friends, but associates within the movement? Some of them certainly are his friends. In some cases, certainly his colleagues at previous jobs or at companies that he's founded or supported or funded through his venture capital work. Do they see this election as sort of a stepping stone to a new generation, to a J.D. Vance in 2028? And he talked about this, the idea that he thinks that younger men especially are moving away from the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I think that that was a sense that I did get during our conversation. Certainly, the fact that, Donald Trump can't run, a third, again, if he does, win, kind of set the tone a little bit. And I think that his focus on Vance and his focus on the future and kind of seeding this whole new generation of thinkers that approach politics in a way that's different from how it has been his focus. So we'll see how it goes.
Looking ahead, what potential policies do you think he may have the biggest sway on?
That's a good question. What I can say is that there's been a big focus on the data, and he keeps talking about the data. What data is his group, Cicero Institute, and others are collecting to inform the policies. It could be worth taking a look at, but his main push here during our conversation and beyond was really around using information and making rational decisions that he calls courageous, more than identity politics or anything else, or really aligning behind personalities. He's very much focused on the policies, and his point, and the point that I've heard from others who also support, other venture capitalists who support the Trump-Vance ticket, is that they want policies that are rational and that work, and they believe that is the party that's best equipped to deliver it. Yeah.
Lizette, we got to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. That's Lizette Chapman. She's venture capital and startups reporter. She joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Check out her full story. It's in the BN Weekend Edition Dispatch. Joe Lonsdale is seed funding young conservative minds. Check it out on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. Coming up next, we are talking real estate, a deep dive with the global real estate advisor at Sotheby's.
We'll show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Traders on Wall Street are looking past economic data and next week's election. They're focusing on earnings that has led to a wave of dip buying, and we check markets for you all day long. At Bloomberg, the S&P 500 now 39 points higher. NASDAQ up 179 points, now 180 points. And the Dow is up 372 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.36 and the 2-year yield at 4.20. U.S. hiring advanced at the slowest pace since 2020, while the unemployment rate remained low in October, a month distorted by severe hurricanes and a major strike at Boeing. Boeing shares rose after reaching a tentative agreement with union leaders to end a labor dispute that's crippling the company's commercial airplane manufacturing. The union is also urging its members to accept the offer and end the strike. Shares of Boeing now more than 3% higher. And we're getting this just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Elon Musk has lost his bid to have his sweepstakes case heard in federal court. That case has just been sent back to the state court. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stenovec and Jess Menton.
Thank you, Amy. We appreciate it. So, of course, Tim, millions of Americans can't afford, unfortunately, to buy a home or rent a suitable apartment, making housing, of course, a key and central issue for voters in the U.S. presidential election coming up on next Tuesday. And the biggest reason home ownership is out of reach for many is there aren't nearly enough home for sales to balance out the market between buyers and sellers, something that's been exacerbated, especially after the pandemic. But the election may still not have an immediate impact on the housing market in the short run, even with the Fed's latest rate cut, as mortgage rates still keep many home shoppers on the sidelines. So let's deep dive with Jenna Stauffer, global real estate advisor at Sotheby's International Realty, joining us from Key West, Florida. Thanks so much, Jenna, for joining us. And I was just looking at the Freddie Mac data. Of course, we get weekly here. If you look at the 30-year fixed rate mortgage, actually went higher about 6.7%. And then the 15-year also rose to about 6%. Of course, even despite the fact that we did just see the Fed cut rates by about 50 basis points back in September. So kind of set up the dynamic for us when you have the situation where we did see some of the mortgage rates come down for a little bit, but now they're starting to creep up higher and obviously keeping people on the sidelines here.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, these rates have gone higher, and I think there were a lot of prospective home buyers out there. They were hoping that these rates were going to go lower. I think that there were a lot of economists at the beginning of the year, too. They predicted that rates were going to be much lower than where they are right now, and unfortunately, this is where we're at. In fact, I really think that some buyers, prospective buyers out there, they need to kind of get used to the idea that I think rates are probably going to stay around this level. And you were just talking about how many people are struggling to get into the housing market, and this is what's going on in the housing market. We have an affordability and really an accessibility crisis, and there's so many people that want to get in, but they're just struggling to get into the most expensive housing market. We've really watched the fastest deterioration in housing affordability that we have seen in recent history. I think it would be really hard to go back and find 3 consecutive years where housing has deteriorated this quickly, and there's just a lot of challenges that people are facing, not just rates, but the home prices, the elevated cost of living. There's just so many factors at play that's making it really difficult for people to enter this housing market.
Jess, before she did real estate, Jenna was a broadcaster. She worked at a TV station in North Carolina. So there's hope for us.
There is.
There's hope for us. We can
post this life. We have other options.
We
can pivot later.
She's living proof. Jenna,
that's right. You could join me selling real estate in Key West.
Well, you know, I got to ask you. Obviously, you're focused on this one geographic area, but I'm wondering how you watch real estate throughout the country, because that's one thing that I noticed these campaigns don't necessarily have a solution for. Real estate is local. We know that. And just because there's a housing crisis in the country doesn't mean it can be solved in one place, or it can be solved by building in one place if that crisis doesn't exist in that single place. Right. This is a really tough thing to do. And even though it's a focus of national politics, we know that this is much more a local issue. It involves zoning. It involves rule changes.
Absolutely. I think that zoning, what you're talking about, zoning reforms, this is one of the biggest things that I think has to take place. And of course, that's going to start at a local level. It's going to be on a state level too. But I think that what has to happen on a local, state, even on a federal level, there has to be collaboration. There's so many barriers that builders are really facing. When we really talk about the inventory crisis that we're in right now, we're short, according to some estimates, around 4.5 million homes. Some estimates that number is even much higher. And it took us years to get here. I mean, this has been a chronic, slow-going crisis. You could take it all the way back to 2010. So because it took us years to get here, of course, it was accelerated during the pandemic. It's going to take us years to get out of here, but we have to start taking steps. I think at the local level, you've got to start removing barriers. You talk with builders, and there's so many upfront costs that they're having to pay before they can even break ground. So this is something we really have to address if we want to tackle this supply issue.
When it comes to monetary policy, obviously, when you think about a barometer like the 10-year Treasury yield and what that means for borrowing costs, especially for mortgage rates as well, where do you think, especially because we've been in such an aggressive hiking cycle over the past few years, where would rates need to kind of neutralize at to really help more people step in and start either to refinance or step in to try to get borrowing to finance for a home?
Well, I think there needs to at least be a 5. I think in fact, I really think the magic number would be a 4, because what else we're really struggling with in the housing market right now is a lock-in effect. And I don't know if we're going to get to that rate. I really predict that we're probably going to stay around this rate for a while. But because the lock-in effect is so real, you look at the mortgage holders right now. You have 60% of them, they're holding on to rates that are below 4%. You have around 23% of mortgage holders, they're holding on to rates that are below 3%. Why are they incentivized to enter the most expensive housing market in history and let go of this rate that they might never get again in their lifetime? So this is the problem that we face. And unfortunately, I just don't think we're going to get rates to this magic number that we really need to get it to see the housing market really start moving again.
Regionally, what areas are most vulnerable? Obviously, we're here in New York, so me being a millennial, I still rent. But I know obviously my buddies in California have similar problems. But then what other areas beyond when you're looking at the coast are vulnerable right now?
Well, I think there's a lot of areas that are vulnerable. Obviously, there's some very expensive markets in California. Something that we are seeing happening with real estate being so localized, there are a lot of markets where you are seeing inventory start to pick up. And I do want to bring up some positive things with the housing market, because I feel like I've been a little negative. And there are some positive things happening. You are seeing inventory levels pick up. And in one of these areas where you're seeing inventory levels pick up is where I'm at here in Florida. Also, Texas is another area where you're seeing inventory levels pick up. And when you have these inventory levels pick up, what happens is you start having a softening in home prices. So these are some areas where you're seeing a softening in home prices. And then you have other areas, I would say specifically in the Midwest, the Northeast, these areas really are, the supply and demand just is so out of balance. So you're seeing these prices just continue to go up because there's such a lack of supply.
What happens to supply when we see demographic shift here? And what I'm talking about, to put it in another way, is when the boomers who aren't moving either move or die, and this so-called great wealth transfer begins. Do we see a great unlocking of homes becoming available, or will supply still be lower than demand?
I think it's going to take time. I know they call it the silver tsunami. And I think that it's just going to take time. Sure, some homes will come on the market with the baby boomers. I mean, they do want to downsize, but you do have some of these baby boomers that are holding on to.
Not if they don't have a mortgage right now, and they're.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if they're holding on to that 2 or 3% mortgage rate, why do they want to get rid of that right now? So sure, eventually, I mean, they're going to have to move. People have to move. People need to move for a number of reasons. So it's just, I think that with them coming on the market, it's just going to take time for us to get back to this healthy supply and demand balance.
I'm glad you brought that up because we had some earnings from D.R. Horton earlier this week. Some of their outlooks kind of disappointed investors, but when it came to home builder stocks, I mean, a typical index, they actually touched a record high back in the middle of October. But I'm kind of wondering, does this open the door for potentially more home building, especially because this has continued to happen? What are we seeing in that space for like first-time kind of home buyers when it comes to starting home building processes?
Well, home building, new home sales specifically, they have really been the bright spot in the housing market because these builders are able to do some buy downs of rates. So I think with new home sales, this is really where people are migrating towards because they can get lower rates than they're getting in the existing home market. Also, I think something that people really want right now is if they're going to be entering the most expensive housing market, they want the house ready to go. They don't want to be having to pay money for repairs or maintenance. So this is where new home sales, I mean, again, this is another big bright spot because you have these buyers that are dealing with these high home prices. At least they know they can be moving into a brand new home and they're not going to have to be spending money down the line on a lot of maintenance costs.
How's the market in Florida, where you are in Key West?
So in Florida, what we're seeing here is we are seeing more inventory come to the market. So you are seeing some softening in the market, absolutely. In terms of single family homes, that's much different than condo sales. In fact, what's happening with condos is we're having a lot of changes that have come into place due to the Surfside collapse. There's new regulations.
People keep talking about this.
Yeah, they're being faced with really high assessments, and for some of these condos owners, these assessments are too high. You have a lot of retirees that are on fixed incomes, so you're seeing more condos come onto the market. But in terms of single family homes, yeah, we are seeing a pickup, so we're seeing a softening. But look, Florida has really led the nation in terms of population growth. We had such a boom down here, so for us to have a little bit of a softening, it's not necessarily a horrible thing.
This certainly the Surfside tragedy, an issue because of those assessments and regulations, but also what about insurance companies and the difficulty in getting insurance or the expense of getting insurance due to flooding?
This is one of the big challenges that Florida faces is insurance. I mean, you talk with people and they are fed up with high insurance costs down here. So I know we do have some reforms that are in place, but it's going to take time for us to really get a handle on the insurance problem. But hey, this is a challenge that we face without a doubt here in Florida are these high insurance costs.
Jenna, thanks so much for joining us. Do appreciate it.
No, I mean, great stuff hearing from her, but especially something I was thinking about as well, Tim, when it came to the concessions and kind of the depths of COVID, when it came to people that were looking for home buying. There were so many different things people could try to get, but looking at now, it's obviously kind of a different process here. So for people like myself who eventually want to be a home buyer.
Eventually.
Right. This is right, is how that all plays out, but we'll wait and see.
We will. We were joined by Jenna Stauffer, Global Real Estate Advisor over at Sotheby's International Realty. She was joining us from Key West, Florida. We are just less than a half hour away from the market close on this first day of trading in November. We drive to the close right after this.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. Stocks are higher. Let's go to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call with Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Amy. That's right. U.S. stocks with a bid today, helped by earnings from Intel and Amazon. Dow's currently up 284 points. S&Ps are higher by 28, while NASDAQ gains 0.8%. The U.S. 10-year yield rises to 4.36%. Gold is lower by 8. Oil trading in the green, but Bitcoin, that's lower by 1.3%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were consumer discretionary and healthcare. Utilities were under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Intel, Amazon, and Boeing, while Verizon and Apple led to the downside. After earnings, Chevron rose 2.9%, while Exxon fell 1.1%. And wrapping things up, Amazon rose as much as 7.7% after earnings and is trading just shy of an all-time high. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Amy?
All right, thank you, Bill. And this just crossing the Bloomberg terminal, New York City Mayor Eric Adams now has a trial date. He has to appear in court on April 21st in his corruption case. For an on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Jess Minton and Tim Stenovic here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio here in New York with less than 20 minutes to go before the closing bell on this Friday. The S&P 500 up just marginally, 0.5%, off a little bit of the highs here, still on pace for a weekly decline of more than 1%, but still up, of course, 20% for the year. But as the calendar did just flip to November next week, there's a barrage of events, as we know, with the U.S. presidential election, of course, also the Federal Reserve meeting next Thursday, a flurry of corporate earnings, and eventually we'll also have a 13F deadline. So let's discuss more on today's trade with Carol Schleif, Chief Investment Officer at BMO Family Office from Minneapolis. Thanks so much for joining us, Carol. Always great getting your perspective on all things markets, and especially as we head into next week's pivotal week. How are you positioning and how are you advising clients to position when you're going into such a contentious neck-and-neck race? And is the more sure bet looking maybe beyond that and instead to the Federal Reserve and monetary policy?
The more sure bet is looking even beyond that and taking a deep breath and keeping one's head about one, because this week had no lack of news either. And so staying focused on that long term is really important. And, you know, our stock and trade, if you will, is helping clients build durable portfolios, understanding what their goals are and looking through this. And it's really important to remember to pull through the underlying fundamentals. And there's a lot of themes. There was a lot of themes you could pull out of the earnings of this week and the last few weeks in terms of the resiliency of the consumer, the big important secular changes we have going on in this economy, and a lot of that. And so building portfolios that have a foot in some fixed income where you're getting paid to sit on yield, but leaning into that growth trend that we do see for a longer term, and just trying to keep an even keel amidst all of the volatility on a day-to-day basis is our key objective.
Right, and looking at the volatility, even the VIX, obviously Wall Street's chief fear gauge, rising back above 20 again this week. When you're looking more on a sector basis, specifically on the equity side, which sectors in particular do you like over the long term, say over the next 6 to 12 months, versus those that you're shying away from? And a lot of it, I'm sure, is difficult because when it comes to policy proposals, I know that traders really like gridlock because that'll keep certain things in check when it comes to healthcare and tech regulation and things like that.
You know, on the one hand, it is interesting because looking at those policies, it will be impactful on certain sectors, but whatever the incoming Congress is, we need them to work. I know the theory is Wall Street enjoys a gridlocked Congress, but there's a lot of stuff that has to get passed and dealt with in the next 1 to 2 years. You've got the expiration of the earlier tax cuts in 2025. You've got the renegotiation of the USMCA and trade policy in 2026. So there will be a lot to do post-election. But as for the industries that we like, we really think that the reindustrialization theme, the bringing key industries back here, that horse is long out of the proverbial barn, and no matter who's in power at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue next week, those trends are going to continue. When you look at part of what the markets have been grappling with this week in terms of not appreciating that we're not seeing margin improvement right away from all the AI spend, but that data center spend is being done by the private sector. The data center use cases are being built by the private sector. So that the industrial theme is very impactful, and those data centers need to be hooked to a grid, and the grid isn't substantial enough right now to be able to support that. So there's a lot of knock-on effects there in terms of reindustrialization. You've seen some iffy economic numbers out of manufacturing and construction, but a lot of that is because it's waiting to see what happens in the next couple of weeks as we settle out the election. And we think there's a lot of pent-up demand for those industrial sectors and the play out. And there's a variety of other industries we like as well.
Carol, can you help me understand that? Because this is something I don't understand. We know it's either going to be Trump or Harris. Like, that much is clear. So why is there this holdout as to investment or what people are buying or making decisions? Because we know it's one of two choices.
Right, but I think one of the things that's really important to remember is there's this nuance between both parties right now are on the campaign trail making all sorts of promises about tax cuts. Well, tax policy isn't in the purview of the White House, it's the purview of Congress. So you've got a whole bunch of elections to resolve before you can move tax policy. On the other hand, tariffs can be moved by presidential decree. So depending on which outcome in the White House is, whether it's a Harris or Trump, there's very different tariff policy that could impact these businesses right away. You've got some businesses already positioning, presuming like the rest of the market has in the last couple of weeks, discounting, if you will, a red wave and assuming that we are going to see tariffs. So you've got companies anecdotally saying that they're already prepping to raise prices in terms of because it's a business cost and a consumer cost bringing those goods in. So everyone's looking at things, getting prepped to do it. You've also got companies, the parallel issue is the second big event of next week, the Fed meeting, and the fact that you've got companies waiting to watch Fed policy as they bring rates down, because why do M&A and fund M&A if the Fed's going to bring rates down again at the next meeting? And so some of that too, just going into year end and the sheer necessity to close off this year and prep for next year, it's pretty typical from a calendar standpoint to have softer activity going into year end.
So with the Fed decision coming up next Thursday, what's your expectation from the decision, and what do you expect to hear from Fed Chair Powell?
We do expect to hear the chairman. We expect them to cut by a quarter basis point next week. And one of the things is it's important to remember that the policy rate right now is restrictive, aside from we've had good economic growth, but it's restrictive relative to where the rate of inflation is. So the Fed's got some room to start stepping it towards that more neutral rate of inflation without it being a testament to either the economy's good or the economy's bad, just to get them more aligned. And businesses have told the Fed repeatedly, if you parse through the last couple of beige books, they've told the Fed, look, when you start, lay out a very clear path for us in terms of what that process is going to be. Don't start, stop, because that makes that business planning even more difficult. Just give us some sort of vision. So we do expect in the press conference that happens after that Chairman Powell will be very careful, as he normally is, laying out that path and giving us some clear sight. Whether or not they cut in December is an open question, but 6 to 12 months from now, that path and that trajectory towards a more neutral rate should be clearer.
Carol, thanks so much for joining us. That's Carol Schleif, Chief Investment Officer over at BMO Family Office. She joins us from Minneapolis. Just a few minutes, about 10, to go until the close of trading here. The NASDAQ composite higher by 0.8%. We're off the session highs, but still in the green. The S&P 500 up right now by close to half a percentage point. Still down on the week by more than 1.3%. The NASDAQ down by more than 1.4%.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Jess Menton in for talking about what's going on with the election. The news is coming fast. Even stuff that makes people laugh.
Right.
Like this Hulk Hogan story.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan chasing billionaire dream with beer for MAGA faithful. This is a story crossing on the terminal here, walking through how the 71-year-old launched a real American beer in June, shortly before endorsing Trump. Now comes the hard part, building a real business. It's a fascinating read, though, when you think about all the different angles here when it comes to politics, Tim.
It's not the first time Hulk Hogan has been out there pitching products. He's still looking for that big hit, though. He made millions during his wrestling career, but he went through that really costly divorce. He said that he missed out on the deal that became the George Foreman Grill. It's a franchise that reportedly earned the former boxer more than $200 million. Hogan's string of short-lived ventures included an energy drink, a restaurant called Pasta Mania,
You know, so far,
and his own
right
electric grill. You say the George Foreman Grill. You don't say the Hulk Hogan Grill, though.
That's
the
true.
problem.
You know, my dad had a George Foreman. He had a few
Yeah?
of those growing up. Yeah.
They were pretty convenient.
They were. I think I actually
in
have like a
college.
fun size one somewhere lost in my apartment I need to find.
Could make a mean grilled cheese in a dorm room with one of those.
Oh, definitely. I remember those days. So far, though, the beer is available in 18 states, including in some Walmart and Kroger locations. So for those near those, maybe check it out. But the company has sold 225,000 cases to wholesalers. So the equivalent of retail value of about $7 million there. So that's a rounding error in a U.S. beer market that generated $117 billion in real retail sales last year. And that's obviously according to a Brewers Association trade group. Tim.
Yeah, he's part of this growing consumer economy that's aimed at the MAGA crowd. He's joining the likes of Public Square. It's that platform that acts like an online shopping mall for right-leaning shoppers. There's also the Daily Wire. It's a conservative media company by Ben Shapiro. It's trying to be the anti-Disney, but it's not going to be an easy path to do this.
No, it's definitely not. And so a Real American has its work cut out for it. And that's definitely talking to different sources in this story that walked through this. So celebrities can drive the initial sales and awareness of a brand, but sometimes we've seen in a lot of instances it's often fleeting, Tim. So some of these experts talking about how these connections alone don't actually guarantee a repeat purchase. And so looking at other, say, Bud Light producer Anheuser-Busch and Bev spending millions on marketing right now. And so building a new beer brand from scratch and trying to find a path to sustain and repeat success is difficult, according to one of their sources in this story, no matter who's behind it.
Yeah, that's why you don't see a lot of beer companies actually building a brand new beer. What they do is they go out and they buy a startup that is no longer a startup.
Right.
Because it is so hard to actually do that. They have those startups do the legwork. They outsource that risk, and then they see what sticks, and then they go and they buy that. Hey, check out this story and more on the Bloomberg Terminal. A great piece by Saba Meddings all about Hulk Hogan. Saba did interview Hulk Hogan via Zoom, so you do hear from the legendary wrestler and more recent supporter of Donald Trump. He spoke at the MAGA rally at Madison Square Garden, and then before that, he was at the RNC. But Jess, we're just a minute to our TV team right now for our countdown to the close, our closing bell. What's sticking out to you about today's trade?
Well, I think the big thing is heading into next week is the positioning, because we talk so much about it, but actually my team and I had been looking at specifically, if you're looking at the CFTC data, when you're thinking about how, when it comes to big players in the market, especially when you're thinking about hedge funds and how they're positioning going in. Just in the latest prior week, hedge funds had been a bigger bet on wider price swings, and big speculators turned net long on VIX futures for the first time since January 2019, Tim.
Okay, we'll have to see what happens. We're seeing the markets lose a little bit of steam. The S&P 500 higher by 0.4%, still down on the week, though. Don't go anywhere, because coming up in just a minute, we're going to be joined by our Bloomberg TV team for our cross-platform coverage of the market close. It's on radio, it's on TV, it's on YouTube, it's on Bloomberg Originals. We're going to count you down to the close. The closing bell starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Scarlet Food, taking you through the Closing Bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, Jess Menton by his side, in today for Carol Masser, as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. That includes our partnership with YouTube, Tim Stenovic. I know you're a big fan of YouTube. What is YouTube telling you here about this massive move that we're seeing here in tech stocks today?
Did you see what YouTube did in terms of revenue?
I did see what
earlier
YouTube
this
did
week
in terms of revenue and ad revenue. I mean, they have a lock on you, right? You click on, it's just ads. Right? I mean, that's all YouTube is now. It's ads. It happens to have some content.
Unless you pay for the subscription.
And Scarlett,
I got to pay for this now?
Mandeep came on our show right after those Alphabet earnings, and he told us, look at how many people are actually buying the YouTube subscriptions.
Right.
It's a huge boon for the company.
Can you share those passwords or not? Just asking for a friend.
It's actually, I will tell you, it's actually really difficult to do because it's tied to your Google account.
I know.
So do you want,
I tried.
I'm not going to take your Gmail account password. You're not going to give that to anyone. Geographically, though, they also make it difficult. Don't ask me how I know.
No one has that
about this.
Not even my wife.
Don't ask me how I know.
You know what, guys, though, not even just big tech. I was actually looking at when it came to energy companies this week. Obviously, you had Exxon, Chevron report. reporting earlier this morning. But if you look at the S&P 500, excluding energy companies, actually posting double-digit growth for the third quarter at around 10%. So not as low as what people were anticipating. So it's more of the commodities side drag in those sectors that were driving those estimates lower coming into earnings.
Are you having a good time today, Jess?
I am. It's so much fun. It's always great being in here.
Just checking. Yeah, I listen to you guys pretty religiously right before, our show goes on the air. But then I have to switch to, TV.
Can't do two things at once. Come on.
All right, let's get to the closing bells here on the day and on the week. Green across the screen on the day, red across the screen on the week, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 0.7% on the day, but that's not good enough here to give it a weekly gain. In the red on the week, as is the S&P 500, despite the 0.4% gain that we saw on the day. Similar story for the NASDAQ, up 0.8% on the day, down about 1.5% on the week, and the Russell 2000, similar story, 0.6% gain here on this Friday afternoon.
Yeah, lost quite a bit of steam throughout the day. The S&P 500 was as high as 1.2% earlier in the session, but closing at just over 0.4%. Taking a deeper look in there, we're pretty much split between gainers and losses, gainers and losers, gainers and decliners, whatever you want to call it, in the S&P 500. 248 moving to the upside, 253, Scarlett, to the downside.
Yeah, similar split when you look at the industry groups, too. Consumer discretionary were the best performers, thanks to gains in Lululemon and Amazon. Tech also doing pretty well, up 0.6%. Healthcare is the third best performer. On the downside, you've got utilities, one of the smallest sectors in the S&P, losing 2.25%. REITs and energy also losing ground.
Okay, well, let's talk about some of those gainers today. Usually I'm on decliners, but when Carol's out, I get to talk about what's in the green. Amazon up more than 6% today, absolutely surging. This after the company reported third quarter results. They beat expectations. They gave a solid outlook. Margins, AWS, the international retail business, analysts cited all those things and why the stock should be moving higher today. Third quarter revenue increased 11%, exceeding estimates. Operating profit came in at $17.4 billion. Estimates were for $14.7 billion. Also, Intel. A lot of times this year, it's been one of my decliners. This day, it's a gainer, up more than 7%. They surged, the shares did, after the company gave a revenue forecast that was slightly above estimates. People now more optimistic that they could see some sort of turnaround at the company. Fourth quarter revenue projected to be $13.3 to $14.3 billion. Analysts were saying it could be about $13.6 billion.
Wouldn't this be like the greatest comeback story if this really stuck?
It really would.
Because everybody was counting this out, counting Gesslinger out, and now you look what's happened.
Yeah, but I mean, they've got a tough road ahead of them.
It's early days.
It is, and there hasn't been a lot of patience from investors, although maybe there has been, because it's been a couple of years since this company sort of started this turnaround. That's why they brought Pat Gelsinger in.
Yeah.
But he did say the company's stronger altogether. He told Ian King that yesterday. So sort of dispelling those reports that they do some sort of spinoff. Also remains to be seen what kind of support, if any, it gets from the U.S. government. I mean, this is a very important company to the U.S. Speaking of another gainer, Global Star, it's a satellite company. It was higher today. Has to do with Apple. Shares soaring as much as 46% earlier in the session. The company agreed to deliver expanded services to Apple over a new mobile satellite service network. It's a new satellite constellation, more ground infrastructure, increased global licensing. And then Apple also investing up to $1.5 billion into the company as part of the news. Shares higher today by more than 32%.
I'm also fascinated by this because I remember like 30 years ago or so, satellite phone communication was supposed to be a thing. And of course, other than like oligarchs and, completely
it was for a little
people, no one really adopted it. But maybe this time it's going to be different.
But I think it will be. Right now, the idea with this is that it's like SOS emergency stuff. When you're not within range, which I think is a really great feature. But you get to the point where this is just completely covers the globe, and it's at a price point that's affordable. You're never somewhere without a signal then.
But why is it with the SOS? I know it's supposed to be for emergencies, but like if I'm on the train, I can't see my my Twitter feed or anything.
That's an SOS if I've ever heard of it.
Oh man, not good.
I don't know if the satellite service works underground, Romain.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I'll go ahead and I'll grab the decliners here. Looking at AES is actually, I'm going to point that out. If you use the MOV function, it's the worst decliner today in the S&P 500. This is a utility and power generation company. Down about 11%. It's worst day since March 2020. Actually also dragging the utility sector lower. So that sector was the worst performer today. So this company has a market cap just over $10 billion. Earlier this week, though, it's adjusted. Third quarter EPS did beat estimates. But when you see the trade of more growth stocks powering things higher, kind of dragged lower on utilities today. But moving over, also another stock that we were talking a lot about today is Super Micro. That stock down 11%, worst day since actually just the prior day. But on a weekly basis, it actually dropped 45% this week. So it's right, exactly the context. Worst day since yesterday, but worst week actually since it dropped 45% on record. If you go back, actually going back to about 2007.
This is like the worst performer in the S&P 500.
It's also like the newest.
But that's the thing. There were a lot of people that said it shouldn't even be in the S&P 500.
Right, it got added back in March.
And everyone was like, why? Too soon? And now apparently it was too soon.
Yeah, and it powered past those small caps and graduated very quickly, but unfortunately it went from the best performer to now, among the worst performers here. But the company did say it had lost its second quarter auditor in less than 2 years. And actually the company also delayed its filing in its latest annual report, saying it'll provide a business update for its most recent quarter, actually on Tuesday, which does fall the same day as Election Day, of course. And then lastly, looking at IamCore, it's actually shares slumping here, actually down almost 8%, worst day since May 3rd, 2023.
Yeah.
Actually, its first quarter net sales came in below expectations, guys.
All right, let's take a quick look at yields. We were talking about the second straight week of declines that we saw in stocks, second straight week of declines that we saw in Treasury prices. That means yields higher for a second straight week. In fact, right now, you're talking about a 10-year yield that is now back to its highest levels going back to early July. That 2-year yield, the most rate-sensitive part of the curve, back to its highest level since the end of July, raising a lot of questions here about what the positioning is heading not just into the election next week, but more importantly, that Fed meeting that has now been pushed back to Thursday of next week.
Okay, Fed meeting next week, Election Day Tuesday. Before that, the New York City Marathon on Sunday. Do we have anyone in here over there who has run the marathon? Romaine, Scarlett?
Nope.
Not me.
Nope.
Jess, any plans to?
I have not. However, I live near where they're putting up all the barricades, so I had to dodge all that this morning, trying to get here quickly to put out some hots for the jobs report.
Well, it turns out the business of running really hot right now. Yes, it's a cyclical business, but more than 165,000 applicants applied to be in the marathon, 30% more than last year. It only trails the 50th anniversary back in 2020 for the most in history, Scarlett.
Yeah, well, exercising or training for the marathon is cheap, right? You don't have to actually buy any new equipment.
It depends on how you value your time.
have you, I was about to say, have you ever met like a marathon runner? The amount of money they spend on like crazy outfits and stuff.
True, but they don't have to buy separate equipment. You just go out running, right?
I think Katie Greifeld has like 25 pairs of hose.
That's true.
And she wears through them like every other day.
We should know, by the way, that the marathon is the same day as the time change. So I don't know if you guys remember that episode of Seinfeld. You better make sure that you set your alarm properly, right?
My favorite show.
All right, the other story that we're keeping on our eye on today is, those greatest hit albums like the best of the Eagles or the best of Billy Joel? They're a bestseller and they're doing really well, but actually only if you compare it to recent history.
Wait,
because,
what?
Yeah, these greatest hits albums, they sell really well, but actually it's only because you're looking at who they sell to.
I feel like this is a generational thing, Scarlett. I don't mean, sorry, I know Tim's a young guy. Jess, I think, is even younger. But there was a time, guys, back in the old days where if you wanted,
we're not going down
a
that
compilation of all your favorites, you went to the store, you got the Now recordings or the, I Love Disco, 1985 or whatever. Now you don't need to do that. You just shuffle on Spotify or on Apple Music or something like that.
Some people do buy the greatest hit albums, like as collector items, right? I mean, it's for super fans.
Like people under the age of 50?
I think we're way past now. That's what I call music 91.
That's what I call music.
Wait, Jess, do you have any greatest hit albums?
Did that not do well in 2024?
No. I mean, look, when you can, just listen to whatever you want to listen to on Spotify or Apple Music.
Yeah.
Why are you going to buy or make your own album?
Does anyone here still buy physical music?
I'm on Spotify.
Romaine, I live in Brooklyn, so we have a nice expanding vinyl collection. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's right.
What was the last vinyl record?
Now, do you actually listen to them, or you just put them on display?
No. We listen. Okay. It's actually really fun for the kids to kind of like put a record on.
Like, look, this is a record player.
Yeah.
Don't scratch your kids.
We have an extra needle in the drawer for that very reason. Got to get him started on the turntables young. You guys know that.
I like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
There's
I tried
nothing
to
like the sound of
indoctrinate.
vinyl. Nothing like the sound of vinyl. Hey, you guys have a great weekend. Get some sleep before that election on Tuesday. And if you're in the marathon, best of luck to all of you running in the marathon.
Change your
Thanks
clocks,
for coming
too. Change your clocks.
to New York City. And don't forget to change your clocks. We will see you same time, almost same time, definitely same place on Monday.
But if you're falling.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It's everywhere you turn. You're probably a little sick of hearing about it from me, at least, but it makes sense because it's just days away. We're talking, of course, about the 2024 presidential election, which, yes, it is one of the big topics in this week's Wall Street Week, which makes perfect sense. It airs in just under 2 hours on Bloomberg TV and radio. Wall Street Week, as you all know, has relaunched around the idea that it's more than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about. Back with us on tonight's episode is David Weston. He's the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week. It airs every Friday at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and TV. David, as always, some very timely and important issues on tonight's program. Not just the election, though. Business of defense, sleuthing cybercrime, kind of related, too. The way that people think about elections, no question. And then a nice bit of levity, too, that I really like to see right now. The business of Broadway, I love it.
Yeah, we went to a Broadway show. But before we do that,
Does that work?
I have to say, yeah, it does. Well, it's fascinating. But before I say that, I have to say, our producer, Sam Yakovlev, is running the marathon on Sunday. So when you were asking the question, she's running it. So
have you done it before?
Good for her.
Okay, Sam. Good luck, Sam.
Good luck, Sam.
I will be out there cheering for you. I will
Yes.
add you to the list on the app. It's so cool. They have this app where you can just add people you know, so you know exactly when they're coming by you. It's very cool. Okay, good luck,
to
Sam.
So anyway, we did go to Broadway. There's a new play that's just opened in the last week or so called Left on 10th, which is based on Delia Ephron, Nora Ephron's sister, who's a co-writer with her, her memoir about some of the life that she's led. And it's brought to us by Daryl Roth, actually, who's the wife of Stephen Roth from Vornado, who owns this building.
Yeah.
She's a big-time Broadway producer. I mean, she produced Kinky Boots, among other things. And also Susan Stroman, a very famous director. So we decided to take a look at this and say, what is the business of the whole thing? How does the money flow?
How is the business?
How they get following the money?
It's a lot of money. First of all, it's 5 times as much today as it was like 5 or 10 years ago. It's just much more expensive, which means they have a lot more of those. If you go and look at the program, all the co-producers, and those are all putting money on. We talked to one supporter actually as well, who's an investor. So it's a lot more expensive. It's been a big challenge coming back from the pandemic, although it's largely back from the pandemic. But listen, you don't want to lose money on it, but you don't do it necessarily to get rich either. And one of the interesting things I learned, I didn't know this, the investors, a lot of them, they don't invest in a particular play. They invest sort of in a fund of plays. So they invest.
They spread the risk a little bit.
Exactly right. And the investor we talked to, who's invested with Daryl Roth quite a bit, said, look, over time, you make some money. You know, on an individual play, you might not, but I didn't realize that.
Well, sometimes there's a Hamilton.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a Spider-Man Turn of the Dark. Remember that one?
Yeah, I do
Years
remember
ago?
that.
I think that got on a lot of people's radar. That had to be more than a decade ago at this point. But for the massive, I mean, for lack of a better term, failure that was financially.
Yeah, and now it also is important what kind of play you're putting on. Left on 10th is a limited run with 2 big name stars, you know, and it's just like basically 4 people. And so the downside risk is much more limited than some of those big productions you're talking about, which can run $20-25 million. This is more like $4 or $5 million.
One thing that I've noticed too that I think is just so great about theater in New York City is it attracts, in terms of stars, some huge names that
it does
obviously just do it for fun or because they love the I mean, the work that goes into this is so much more work than showing up to a movie set and getting the scene right.
And you have to do it
day
every
after day.
night. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes twice a day, right? But this one has Julia Margulies. We know her, right?
She's great.
With Peter Gallagher. So they got 2 big name stars. But I think that they're doing largely because they love the stage. They just love performing live. But you're right, Tim. It's a lot of work.
Okay, so that's part of the episode tonight. Let's talk a little bit about how you're thinking the changing character of war, defense.
Well, obviously, if you looked at what's going on in Ukraine, it really brings it home. The extent to which you have these drones, they're being really run by kids, from their laptops. that are really effective warfare. And so we spend almost $1 trillion a year in the United States on defense, more than the next 9 countries all combined. But the problem, and this is what we look into, is the entire system is built up for really big weapon systems that take a decade to develop, if not longer to develop. And we now have a warfare in which it's very, very different, which is moves much faster, and a lot of it is much less expensive. And so we talked actually to Amy Ziegert, who is at the Hoover Institution. She really knows this stuff backwards and forwards. And this is what she had to say about how different the warfare is.
You know, we're talking about the changing character of war. I think many Americans are familiar with the Indiana Jones movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, that famous scene where there's a machete-wielding guy in the market and Indiana Jones takes out the gun, the superior technology, and shoots him. That's been the strategy of the U.S. military for the past 30, 40 years. We're going to out-engineer the adversary. Doesn't matter if if we're outnumbered by them, but our capabilities are going to be exquisite, and that's how we're going to win. That's not the battlefield anymore. Now, if we're Indiana Jones in that marketplace, it's 10,000 machete-wielding guys, and some of them have guns too. And so Indiana Jones is going to run out of bullets before he runs out of bad guys to shoot.
So this is a big challenge for the U.S. Defense Department. One is how much money to spend, given the number of geopolitical risks. But two is, what do you spend it on, and how fast do you spend it? And it's clear, everybody who knows the Pentagon says it has to change. The question is, can it? Because there's so much momentum behind it. They've got an infrastructure built up. There are obviously prime contractors who are built up, and also the Congress has something to say about it. But they're going to have to change the way they do business. Maybe taking a chapter out of Elon Musk's book in SpaceX and what SpaceX did versus Boeing. Because part of the problem is the way it's engineered right now at the Pentagon is for zero risk. You cannot fail at all. And in fact, if you're going to innovate as fast as you need to in this new form of warfare, you got to take some risks.
I want to switch gears, and I have to ask you because we do have just days before the election.
But this actually comes up in the election,
course,
and it's kind of like
does.
strange bedfellows.
No, and especially with this, like going into next week, how do you have your show positioned to what these experts are going to say leading into something that's really contentious? Yeah,
well, we asked some people, this is not about the horse race. This is not about who's going to win or lose. The question is, whichever one wins, what's it going to mean for global Wall Street specifically? So we got Josh Bolton, who runs the Business Roundtable. He spends all his time with the CEOs of the big companies about what he says that CEOs really care about in this election and which way it cuts. By the way, it's not clear which way it cuts. Because on the one hand, he says taxes are really important to the CEOs, and of course they would prefer Donald Trump in terms of cutting taxes. On the other hand, they hate tariffs. You know, they think that's really bad for the economy and for their companies.
But isn't there this element of predictability here? And one thing that I think, just remembering 2016 to 2020, sometimes, you know, a CEO would wake up to a tweet that was, you know, egging on the North Korean dictator.
And that is the point Richard Haas really hit, the former head of the Council for Foreign Relations, now with Centerview Partners. He said stability is really important, and that's a big choice in this election. And he ties it back to Wall Street. And he said, look, you need a stable rule of law. You need to know what the rules are in order to be able to invest. And the uncertainty you could have perhaps with a second term of Donald Trump would not be good for that.
30 seconds on cybercrime, because we have a guest coming up a little later talking about that.
What's really interesting about this, the extent to which law enforcement teaming with private sector is turning the tables on some of the cyber criminals. It's global. It's $3 trillion a year, the NASDAQ tells us. But now even going after the money that's on the blockchain, there's ways of getting some of the money back. And they're tracking people down. And it's pretty fascinating the extent that technology is really helping fight the cybercrime.
Yeah, somebody featured on the show is from Chainalysis. They do really cool forensic work.
They do really cool. They got a great cool office actually downtown as well.
Been.
Oh no, I went down and interviewed with that. And it's really pretty amazing what they do, what they can, because they really track what's going on with the blockchain around, and they have a lot of customers, clients, companies who really turn to them to do it.
Not as anonymous as people think, right?
It's not. That's what surprised me the most, Tim. Exactly right. They can track you down.
They can, and that's what these guys do. Hey, it sounds like a great episode. I'm looking forward to seeing it tonight, and you can also, of course, watch it anytime after it airs. That's David Weston from Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
421 on Wall Street, I'm Amy Morris. A wave of dip buying lifted stocks with traders looking past economic data and uncertainties about a tight election so they could focus on corporate America's strength. S&P gained 23, NASDAQ 145 points higher, and the Dow up 289. Boeing shares rose after reaching a tentative agreement with union leaders to end a labor dispute that's crippling the company's commercial airline manufacturing. The union is urging its members to accept the offer and end the strike. Shares of Boeing now 3.5% higher. That was in the regular session. New York City Mayor Eric Adams back in court April 21st in his corruption trial. He had asked for a March trial so a jury could decide his fate before the June primary. Elon Musk has lost his bid to have his sweepstakes case heard in federal court. That case has been sent back to a Pennsylvania court. It's a challenge to Musk's daily $1 million giveaway to voters ahead of Tuesday's election. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. We return now to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stenovec and Jess Menton.
That's us. Thanks so much, Amy. Do appreciate it. Jess Menton, as you just heard from Amy, in for Carol Master. Carol back on Monday. So just in the last few days, Jess, we've learned that Chinese hackers have targeted the phones of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and affiliates of Kamala Harris's campaign. This is all according to NBC News. Then there's this great profile out today by our Bloomberg News colleague, Katrina Manson. It's about how Jen Easterly, who's director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, is working to protect election infrastructure from hacks and misinformation, and will need to convince the public to see after the vote.
That's right. Needless to say, Tim, data security is top of mind ahead of the election and also always top of mind for business leaders looking to safeguard their and ours data. That's where Lane Best comes in. He's the CEO of the deep learning AI cybersecurity platform, Deep Instinct. He's also the former COO of the publicly traded security software company Zscaler, and before that, he was the CEO of Palo Alto Networks. So yeah, he knows about this stuff, Tim.
It's good to have you with us, Lane. Thanks so much for joining us. Hey, before we get into what exactly Deep Instinct does, because it's distinct from some of the other companies that are out there, what is the biggest threat that you think we as a country faces when it comes to cybersecurity?
It is really the unknown threats. Today, a lot of the money and resources and expenditures are towards known threats. And the unknown threats are becoming much greater. 72% of the threats that hit companies and governments today are of a never seen nature. And therefore, the systems that have been trained and the machine learning technologies that are typically in place can't stop them. And in the early phases of new technologies, and I'll point specifically to AI, the advantage goes to the attackers because they can use simple tools and sophisticated ones to compromise companies' data and ultimately cause havoc and, in some cases, nation-state attacks. It takes a time for the practitioners to catch up because they've already invested millions in the cyber technologies, and they've got to explain why they're going to spend more money to address some of the more challenging, unknown, new, never-seen threats. They eventually catch up, but in this early stage, particularly with the AI threats, it can be quite dangerous.
So what are the known, unknown threats, potentially?
Sure. So known threats are usually in families of threats that have been seen before. And the cloud models, which many of the companies in cyber have been able to train, can essentially see them. But typically, in using AI tools, they can change code very slightly, and they can inject code. And typically that evades even the best companies' defense in depth capabilities. And so simple changes, aided in some cases by more sophisticated AI, can take something that was generally in a known category family and create something entirely unseen before, and therefore it can get through and cause significant data breaches.
Are we more concerned about data breaches, or are we more concerned about an entire electrical grid becoming unusable, about traffic signals being disrupted and tunnels getting shut down, bank accounts being wiped out, or are those all related?
They all are related. And the science, particularly the science that we address at Deep Instinct, addresses both cases. Typically, though, what we're seeing right now is the biggest cost to companies isn't data breaches. The average data breach is a 4.5 million, and we've seen some notable ones that have been in the hundreds of millions. But if you talk about infrastructure disruption, these what I consider to be infrastructure and nation-state attacks, these can just as easily be launched using the same tools. And if you take a look at the industry, it has been pretty much in a layers of defense, detect, remediate, fix afterwards. The posture that governments and also companies has to take now is to get the most sophisticated AI to battle the onslaught of sophisticated AI to prevent these threats. And it does take a specific type of technology, one in the form of deep learning that we have.
So, Lane, walk us through the difference between AI, machine learning, and deep learning, and how cyber criminals are actually using deep learning right now.
Yeah. Well, deep learning is like a brain, a neural network. And without getting too much into the science of how it works, you and I can take massive amounts of data in our brain, and we can make determinations and inferences, and in our case, instinctual decisions. Machine learning models, which can be very sophisticated, are based on parameters that have been defined by people and rules that are trained by people. And therefore, they don't train upon themselves only what they've been defined with. Deep learning models, neural network models, are self-training and take massive amounts of data, in this case, anything, everything that might be in the cyberspace, and essentially extrapolate the potential of something being a threat with 99% efficacy. So that's probably the biggest differentiation.
When it comes to individuals out there, like I know that a lot of what you focus on is keeping companies safe, but at the end of the day, we're only as strong as the weakest link. And I think that's why.
Correct.
And I know we do this here, but we do so much training about understanding phishing, understanding.
I just did another training. I think the deadline was on
That's right.
Tuesday. I was on vacation last week and came back, and I had
You had to do all this
I had to do
training.
all the courses, or they were going to shut off my email.
Correct.
But there's a reason why. It's
Right.
because with this social engineering, all they need to do to
Exactly.
gain access is get access through one of us. So
That's correct.
What's the way that we need to recognize threats in a world where I can get a phone call, it looks like it's from Amazon, but it's really somebody who wants to steal money from me. It looks like it's from my
That's
bank,
right.
but it's really someone who wants to steal
Right.
money from me.
And you hit it on the head. Most organizations, and it's a big business in and of itself, the training and readiness, and IT organizations are spending a lot on this. And we ourselves as individuals have to do it because the weakest link is the insider threat.
Yeah.
And we've seen many of these stories. Ultimately, though, what happens is those threats get in, and in some way they're going to go in and sit within your data sets or within the applications in your environment. So even if they evade through social engineering, having an efficacy level and ability to determine that something that has come in is not quite kosher is going to be a key backup to the training that needs to take place. And most of the detection and remediation is clean up after the accidents already happened. So I would absolutely, you're dead on, and I'm happy to hear that Bloomberg is taking the efforts. We do it with our own employees regularly, including myself, in terms of the social engineering. And this, again, is where AI tools and some of the simplest tools with regard to social engineering can help evade.
So I don't know if this happens to you, Tim, but I've been constantly getting messages that are definitely scams, but they're supposed to be from recruiters. But this has been happening
Are
to
they text messages?
Yes, they're text messages, and this has been happening to some of my colleagues too. But it's scary because you're wondering, how you're getting this. Sometimes it happens to me on WhatsApp as well. It used to be more Bitcoin messages, but now it's more of these kind of fake recruiting type messages. Right, but I like my current gig, so I'm going to try to keep that. But Lane, what safeguards do you think need to be put in place when this is such a complicated type of issue, and especially with all of the technology involved?
Right. At the end of the day, common sense is probably the thing that I say to most people. When you get something from somebody you don't know, and I get it all the time. In fact, while we were talking here, I think I got a spam call coming into my phone. Seriously, it's just every day. And just rule of thumb is if it's not from somebody you know, if it's not from the organization you're in, you just don't click on it. As enticing as the headline might be, there's a lot of clickbait we see today. And at the end of the day, this is just going to become an ongoing thing. And again, our goal at Deep Instinct is to make it so that if there is a breach, wherever they try to get at critical company data, or critical company IP or resources, we will detect it and we will stop it and flag it. So I'd like to think that even if the first line of defense, which is practical behavior by our employees and by individuals, Deep Instinct, deep learning technology, I say it this way, it's the best AI to fight AI.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that and sort of the technology that's being used here. Because one thing that I always wonder is who has the upper hand right now? Is it the bad actors who have incredible upside but also a lot of downside? Or is it the people who are trying to protect us? Who has more technological advantage right now?
Yeah, I hate to say it, particularly in the AI space, advantage does go to the bad actors. And one of the challenges is, and one of the hardest jobs in cyber and in IT is the CIO and the Chief Information Security Officer. These individuals have gone to the well to put in tremendous amount of cyber protection and detection technology for a number of years. And even still, ransomwares and attackers get through, and it's getting even more challenging. The pace at which the malicious acts are taking place and the ability for the teams of people within enterprises and governments can address them, the gap is widening. And so again, the bad actors have the advantage. And now the challenge that a lot of the IT professionals have is they have to once again go to management and say, this is a continuing and escalating. This is probably one of the most difficult jobs in technology, the cyber protection, and it's only going to get greater. And so I encourage organizations to not think about, well, what are we going to replace in our tech stack to justify the cost of prevention? My view is that this is a budget line that unfortunately continues to need to be evaluated. But more importantly, these practitioners need to go beyond the technologies they've been using and look at the more sophisticated technologies, such as the things that we provide at Deep Instinct, because the same old tools aren't going to work against the bad actors. Eventually, the tech catches up, but early on, it's a challenge.
Lane, appreciate you joining us. That's Lane Best, CEO over at Deep Instinct. He joins us from New York. We are just a half hour from the, well, close.
That's right. That's right.
The S&P higher by 0.4 today. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Wall Street ended the day higher, if not the week. S&P gained 23, NASDAQ 145 points higher, the Dow up 288. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.37 and the 2-year yield at 4.2%. Super Microcomputer stock has been in free fall this week after the company disclosed accounting firm Ernst & Young had resigned in the middle of an audit. Shares of SMCI down another 11% in the regular session, dropped 45% this week. Apple, heading into its most critical sales period of the year, sparked fresh concerns about revenue growth and lingering weakness in an intensely competitive China market. Shares of Apple are 1.3% lower in the regular session. Intel surged after its revenue forecast slightly above estimates, sparking optimism about reclaiming its lost market share. Intel shares rose another 7.8% in the regular session. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is set to be back in court April 21st in his corruption trial. He had asked for a March trial so a jury could decide his fate for the June primary. Elon Musk lost his bid to have his sweepstakes case heard in federal court. The case has been sent back to a Pennsylvania court. This is a challenge to Musk's daily $1 million giveaway to voters ahead of Tuesday's election. This ruling is ostensibly a defeat for Musk, but it's not clear if there's time for the DA to stop the sweepstakes before the election. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stenovec and Jess Minton.
Thank you, Amy. We appreciate it, Jess Minton. And Tim Stenovec here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio at our New York headquarters. And as you know, Tim, this is a really big issue here when you're thinking about how women are continuing, unfortunately, to lose these C-suite seats in corporate America. In fact, women's representation in senior level positions at U.S. companies saw signs of fatigue for the first time in 2 decades, with gender parity in C-suite positions potentially not reaching parity until 2072, according to an S&P report earlier this year.
That's literally a lifetime.
Yes, that's a lifetime. I would probably be dead by then.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
I'm not going to do the math on that, but hopefully not.
Hopefully not, though. But anyway, I digress. But while there are lingering issues affecting women's abilities to seek, prepare, and attain business leadership positions, there actually are some signs recently of progress in the total number of women enrolled in top full-time MBA programs this fall by a record-setting pace here. So joining us now to discuss more is Alyssa Sangster, CEO of Forte Foundation from San Antonio, Texas. And for some insight for our listeners, Forte Foundation is a nonprofit designed to increase opportunities for women in leadership through access to business education and professional development. Thank you so much, Alyssa, for joining us. And I was looking through this latest report that y'all put together here. Walk us through some of the highlights and what drove women's MBA enrollment this fall.
Sure. So, I mean, we're seeing some great results. We are seeing women at right now 42% enrolled in top business schools. And that has been increasing, I believe, over the last 5 years. We've seen a 4% increase. We've seen a number of schools reach gender parity. 8 of our schools have hit that 50-50 or more mark. But we've also seen some great progress at 45% and at 40%.
And looking through this, too, because there's a lot of interesting points here. And, of course, Tim and I were just mentioning some of the pitfalls. I mean, what do you think before was really holding back some of that? Because I know COVID was a big issue where we saw a lot of women having to pull back from the workforce.
Sure. I think, there's a lot of choices that people had, men and women, when they were going back to school during the COVID times. So it's a big move and it's a big investment, and you have to really think about all the factors. What we saw about 20 years ago is that women were not pursuing business school because they didn't have a lot of role models. They didn't hear from people who influenced them that was a path they should pursue. And so there were a number of other factors, but those things were holding them back. And that's what we've been working on the last 20 years, is how to chip away at some of those misperceptions they had about business school and business careers.
I hesitate to tie everything to the election, but it's top of mind for so many people here. Tuesday is election day, and the U.S. could see its first female president in its entire history. It also could not. But I'm wondering if you think a change at the top, and I literally mean at the top, like the most important position in the entire country, if that moves the needle.
I think it absolutely does, because it is a change in potential policies. It's a change in who you see every day on your television. It's inspirational. I mean, that is the role model for everyone. And so I think, why it may not inspire more women to go to get their business degree, I think it does inspire them to lead. And I think ultimately that's the position you want to see a woman in.
There's also something happening right now that we've been hearing a lot about in the context of the election, and then that's the idea that more women are going to college, more women are graduating from college, and that even though, as a whole, women are still at a paid less than men, there's this idea that when it comes to advancement, and this is a lot of been talked about this with regard to the male support for Donald Trump. There's this idea that that men have been left back, and I'm sorry that it's hard for me to say that with a straight face, just because you look at all the data and you see that women are still on a salary basis. There's like equal pay day as months after the first of the year. So, but I'm wondering how you see that playing into this, Alyssa.
Well, I think it's discouraging when you hear that as a top-line message, because I think you're right. Maybe for a blink of the eye, we've seen change happen and women have progressed. But I think if you look back decades and centuries, we're just now getting to the tip of the iceberg. And so I'm not sure that there's a lot to complain about on either side. I think we just need to kind of let things settle, and we need to make sure that we're focused on, especially in business leadership, building inclusive cultures, building opportunities for all of our people to advance, and to make sure that companies are focused on that, and they're focused on, how to engage all of their employees in this discussion. I think it's unnecessary, really, to say men are not advancing at the same rate as women, especially in business leadership. I mean, there are some other societal things that we want to focus on, and I don't want men to be left behind. But I also don't think that's really reflective of what's going on.
Of course, there was a debate, especially over the last decade, as more and more people were getting their MBAs and how much useful that would be as people were getting, say, CFAs and other things. But when you're looking more recently, especially coming out of COVID, how have especially women been putting their MBAs to work in particular industries?
Well, I think what you see is a really healthy pipeline of women with their MBA. And what that typically means is you're going to see strong outcomes in the consulting industry, in financial services, in consumer packaged goods companies, and in technology. I mean, those are kind of the 4 top recruiters that are coming to MBA campuses. It also means that more women are going to be starting their own businesses because they're going to be going through these incubators that are on these business school campuses. And that's really encouraging as well. Given the lack of funding in VC, you want to see more companies being started by women and being successfully funded.
And are you starting to see that in the data as well, as far as starting their own companies?
I mean, we're definitely seeing women advance. I mean, so we've been doing this work for 20 years, and I think you're seeing them just becoming eligible for these very senior C-suite positions. So I do think there is a robust pipeline. I think companies do have to continue being intentional about how they advance all of their employees, and are they providing career roadmaps and ways for women to advance, and making sure, again, that they're focused on that culture and really engaging all of their potential leaderships in that conversation very transparently about how they see them progressing to the top.
And ultimately, I mean, we only have about 30 seconds left, but what do you think really needs to change in order for this to accelerate here and change things?
Well, I think in business school, I mean, we're getting very close to parity. And so I would say the big thing that needs to change is, once those women have graduated, how are we making sure that their advancement is possible? There's a lot more chutes than ladders in a woman's career, and we want to make sure that they're given those ladders to continue climbing and excelling.
Thanks so much for joining us. Really great insight into all things, and especially such an important topic, and great question from Tim about obviously at the top and how that could potentially change things here. But Alyssa Sangster, CEO of Forte Foundation, joining us from San Antonio, Texas. Great getting your insight on all of this. But Tim,
I'm sorry, the election is top of mind.
I mean, it's a great point though, as far as does that change the dynamic when we're at the top though?
I think a lot of people argue it's all about representation.
That's right.
Hey, coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to take a little look through what Jess Menton has been working on.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Jess Menton. I'm Tim Stenivek. Jess in for Carol Masser today. And Jess, one advantage of having you here, among many, is that I get to pick your brain a little bit about a story that you have publishing a little later this week. Well, this weekend.
That's right.
And it has to do with what Wall Street is thinking about ahead of the election.
But of course, we've been talking about it all day. Election Tuesday, Fed decision on Thursday, corporate earnings, flurry of that coming through, and a 13F deadline looming as well. And so when you're thinking about especially policy proposals, right, from both candidates, whether you're thinking about Harris or Trump, the conundrum is, and especially for portfolio managers that are managing money for longer term is, and we were talking to a few of them earlier in the program as well as kind of how hard it is when you don't know, even if they have, said policy proposals, there's still a lot when it comes to Congress trying to pass those through. So they can't really position either way when they're managing money for longer term right now. So really the more sure kind of bet, depending on who you're talking to, a lot of them are looking ahead more toward, say, Fed Day next week because they want to see more of the direction on policy. So a few people we talked to, some of them raised their cash levels as a way to hedge for the election because they know volatility is going to rise over the next month. We already see the VIX over 20. But again, the whole thing is some of them have still, especially when you're thinking about what's happening when it's particularly with hedge fund positioning, because the CTFC data gets updated every week at 3:30.
Okay.
So we just got another update on that. And actually recently, if you're looking at how big speculators, they're actually turning net long on VIX futures for the first time in January 2019. So that's really telling us that hedge funds are betting on wider price swings. So you know that there's going to be more volatility. You know there's going to, especially during weeks during the election and the aftermath of that, volume is always going to pick up. But it's more difficult to try to make certain bets, say on industries, certain sectors in the equity market. So what we did, it was Esha Day, Alina Popina, and myself going through, speaking with people who are managing money. And for interesting is that Northern Trust, for instance, they're actually overweight U.S. equities based on, of course, resilient U.S. economic strength. But what they're doing is underweighting bonds, and that's because they still feel like they're trying to hedge against inflation risks, just meaning that it could be a little bit elevated if the labor market remains robust, the economy stays strong, what that might mean for wage gains. So they're not necessarily making a big call on, say, how do we hedge for the election, because they were talking about what we kind of were talking about earlier with some of the portfolio managers, as far as, especially with BMO, they were here from their family office for their wealth management side, because you don't know exactly what's going to get passed. Another big thing when it comes to traders is we talked about also gridlock in Congress.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to,
because that's the big thing, and they don't know what exactly the makeup of the House and the Senate would look like and what would get passed from either candidate. So they're still sticking to, well, they want to know what the Fed's trajectory is, what it could mean for the, obviously when you're thinking about inflation in the economy, but also Northern Trust is overweighting real assets. So that's more, say, infrastructure, natural resources, real estate. So that's basically a way for them to shield their portfolios from future turmoils if the labor market does remain tight, economic growth remains sturdy. So that's a big thing that they're looking on. But it's interesting because it kind of depends on who you talk to, but some people maybe raise their cash levels instead, but still sticking with maybe a bet on looking at what it means for having that exposure toward U.S. equities because the economy has remained so strong.
Okay, very briefly, because then I want to talk about prediction markets a little bit.
Yeah.
Because they're moving a lot today. You also write about corporate insiders and what they're doing in terms of buying or not buying.
So that's a big thing too, because that's really telling you what this more of the inside kind of smart money that they're doing. And that can tell you as well when it comes to corporate insiders, because they're actually getting more cautious on that. And that does really tell you kind of more of the safety when it comes to cash. So they're making more, if you're thinking about kind of shielding that, they're not making really big bets there. So that's telling you that they're being more cautious ahead of the election, because that tells you they don't know exactly how to position for this either. So that's another way, if you're looking even beyond just what the VIX is telling you, that's another positioning gauge to tell you that investors are still being cautious, and even corporate insiders are as well, because they don't quite know yet how this is all going to shake out.
Okay, really interesting stuff. You didn't give away the whole thing.
Because we do want people to read it on Sunday, of course.
And I got a sneak peek at it.
Yeah,
and
that's
I can
right.
say it's a great story, so everybody should check it out on Sunday.
That's what you were looking for. You were like, hey, where is it? I was like, it actually hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, but I still got a sneak peek because I have my ways. Well, you sent it to me. That's how I have my ways. Full disclosure. Hey, I want to talk a little bit about, just in the last minute that we have, about prediction markets.
So important.
Yeah, so Kalshi here in the U.S. now allows betting on presidential elections. In addition to that, you can see Predicted. Polymarket, you're not allowed to do that if you live in the U.S., but it's happening outside of the country. Predicted is now, Polymarket is now an outlier because it gives Donald Trump a 60% chance of winning, Kamala Harris a 40%. You've seen that, you've seen the spread kind of come in a little bit where Trump has gone down. But now on Kalshi, Donald Trump is now at 54%, Kamala Harris is at 46%. That's down from just a few days ago of Trump at close to 64%. Same thing at Predicted.
Right.
You're seeing it really narrow. What's going on?
So the tricky part is trying to use something like Polymarket because why would you use them for a trading strategy over polls? And there's a lot of skepticism of that because it's more of like, it's not necessarily